Okay.
Well, there we go. Hello.
Oh. Ha ha ha. It has come to the life.
Here we go. And the hosting is live. Nice.
Yes.
I got
Trying
you
to
now.
pick up the
Oh my.
pieces of where we left off because my power fucking died,
Yep.
which was utterly hilarious.
Again, what a way to end a stream.
Yeah.
We were talking
Yeah.
about Elden Ring so long that the power just couldn't handle it anymore. Took out your whole block.
It did. I may have been the cause of the entire block just being swiped out.
Alternatively, the meth lab.
But I work very hard to make sure that my meth lab does not consume too much power. So,
Efficiency is key.
yes, I I take offense to the idea that it was the meth lab.
I'm sorry, I put entirely too much doubt upon the running efficiency of your meth lab.
Yes, the meth lab is functioning perfectly well. Thank you.
Aye. Okay. So, geez, I gotta open up a Notion notepad on where we left off last stream.
Yes, we were talking about mechanics last time,
Yeah.
and we
I
had
wrote down
covered.
specifically which one. Remember that.
Yeah.
So I just gotta wait for it to boot up. No bad, no bad. Where are you? Where are you being? What are you doing?
We had
Ah, yeah, here we go.
covered.
Yeah, the note,
Ba-do-ba-doo.
because I wrote this at like 2 a.m. Stream was cut off before we could finish discussing the idea of a stat that scaled animation efficiency by how much the player level became more experienced. We also discussed prizes now also containing recipes centered around magic, strength spells, rework beast shield type that require and scale by strength/faith. Archer enemy type will target the horse instead of the player, and the spirit ashes thing. Also, yeah, prelate hammer hash of war should continue without FP.
Yes. Yes, that needs fixed. I don't know why they would do that other than just like fuck you
No
to the
fun
players who are
allowed.
using that.
Obviously, any method of circumventing a poison swamp must be eradicated.
Yeah,
I mean, it wouldn't even
obviously.
let you circumvent it really, just let you go faster through. You'd still get the build up and stuff.
Miyazaki, how many feet do we have to sacrifice to you in order to.
Yes, it
This is
is a
again a
recording.
recording.
If no, please just gonna finish your one. Yes, it is a recording. Sadly, we cannot bring live furniture destruction to your home televisions.
Yes. Soon though, I think.
Yes. Yeah.
I think we're getting to a point where we should be able to talk as we play at some point, and
It would
with
also probably
seamless
be
co-op
beneficial.
functioning as well as it does.
Yeah. It'd also probably be beneficial to do it while we play so we can like call out specific things like, oh, okay, what if we did this or more of this? That
Yeah,
kind of thing.
for sure.
So and we have code. Hello, code. Welcome. Thank you for joining the
Welcome
stream.
back.
Hello. So let's probably
Welcome
talk
back.
about seamless co-op for a bit since that is indeed fresh in the memory.
Oh yes. Holy fuck. I
Holy
can't
fucking meat.
believe it works as well as it does.
Yeah.
We had what 4 hours and pretty minimal in terms of bugs.
Minimal to moderate, I would say. We had like some freezes and crashes a few times, especially around Agil, and
Yeah.
some moments where like the respawn system was just kind of chunky, mainly during the troll fight, I would say.
Yes, that was interesting.
Yeah,
I don't know what happened there.
and my runes appearing in midair for some
Yeah,
reason.
That was funny. I need to
Yeah.
write that one down because I forgot about that.
But yeah, most of them were more funny than otherwise. The ones that we got, they were minor enough that it didn't really impede progress so much as it was just, oh, okay, that happened.
Yeah.
But I do want to talk about like how much traction the mod itself has gained already because, like I pointed out, that mod already has 70,000 unique downloads on the Nexus right now, and it's been out for 3 days or 2.5 days, somewhat.
That's insane.
Yeah,
That
like
is that is just wild. I'm so glad for them too. Like they
mhm.
clearly put in a ton of work. And
Of
there's
course, this also
clearly
means that like half of the bug reports on the mod page are just, "Hey, add this, please," or "Why does
yeah.
why is rot in the game?"
Yeah. Which
So a little
I
bit
don't
too
know.
much exposure there. I would not be surprised if it takes forever to sort through and actually find the actually workable bug reports that are not just insanity to read, because
For
Nexus
sure.
comments are a sludge heap.
For sure. I would hope that I'm going to call them Luke because I have no idea who is in charge of this, but Luke Huey was the one to release it, so I'm
Yeah,
going to refer to them as Luke, and I'm going to pretend that they're in charge. With apparently the minted tea or minted tea as somebody who's helping a lot and is doing a bit of the grunt work as far as trying to sift through things and
yeah,
organize stuff. I hope that they planned somewhat for this to be as big as it has become, and
I
they
doubt
got
it.
like some moderator people to help sift through the garbage that will come in.
If not, then I hope they do, because I could not imagine tackling. Let me just check like
I mean,
how
the
many posts it lists out on the page.
it's like over 1,000 or something,
Yeah, it's
and the Discord is hopping
1,150
as
with
well.
290 bug reports. And I just want to look through the bug reports because what for a second. Yeah. Oh boy. A lot of these look like repeats of one issue,
Yeah, which of
and
course you're gonna
others are
have.
just like not even bugs. It looks like it's just side parts of how the mechanics would function. Though there are some
Yeah,
good ones in here that are actually descriptive of the issue and how they came across it. But yeah, there's definitely a lot to sift through,
oh yeah.
and I certainly hope that it doesn't just immediately start negatively affecting the project. No, hopefully it will at least have some benefits, like a wide
I
availability of players to test out issues.
Oh yeah. This is a beta, so it was expected that there was going to be bugs. It was expected that there's going to be problems, and that I would hope that they expected they're going to get a lot of responses. Probably not 70,000 worth, but you know, I hope that they like had some expectation and a list of problems that they were aware of when they released it, and said we're gonna focus on fixing these first, and anything absolutely game breaking that pops up, and then we'll start addressing the stuff that people have brought up. Because
Mm.
that seems to me to be like the ideal
An optimal way
pipeline
to
of
go.
trying to fix stuff.
Yeah.
It's like focus what we are aware of and we know we can fix right now, and then we'll start addressing the wider spread stuff and giving it a couple of days for everything to condense down anyway into people are generally having this problem, like with the save file thing that I had at first.
Oh yeah.
It's like really easy fix, totally makes sense, especially if you're awake enough to use your brain and have done mods before. It's like, oh, I need to have a save file established first.
Because that's the
I was
problem with
not awake enough.
there's a problem with like vanilla Dark Souls and Elden Ring as well. For some reason, it's not an issue in Sekiro. But yeah, needing a vanilla save file already there in some respect to get a modded one working.
Yeah. Makes sense. It's just, yeah, whoopsies. But you gotta wait for everything to sort of trickle down into that. And then you have the weird stuff like the pillars reactivating constantly for us.
Oh yeah. I can't remember if it was just the one or the other one as well, because I could swear the other one like stayed down.
Does your health get bigger as you level up? Yes, you have to level up vigor stat specifically in order to increase your health bar, which is something I'm really bad at because prior to Elden Ring, I've never really needed to upgrade vigor.
Congratulations, you now need to upgrade vigor.
Yeah, I'm upset about that. I wish that that wasn't the case.
For more health, you need to level up strength.
So it would actually be interesting if it operated in the same way that it did in Dark Souls 2, where leveling up in general boosted your health by like 10 points.
The strength to stay alive. It could.
Yeah.
That would be an
Increase
interesting
your
way
resistance to death.
to handle the vigor issue.
Yeah.
Now
And
every stat increases your vigor. Let's go.
I honestly would be okay with that. I'm sure that some people would take issue because that does sort of ruin um, no leveling up health challenge things. So maybe we can have that as an option the player can engage. But
Yeah.
I I found that really interesting and helpful in Dark Souls 2. Not that, 10 hit points really get you very far, but still. It
It
adds up
could
as you level up a whole bunch of other stuff.
Eddie. Take vigor out and make stamina increase HP plus a bit of stamina. Like leveling stamina always feels really bad for any reason.
It Yeah, with how little it increases your actual stamina, I can definitely see that.
That's also partly
Um
due to the fact that you have so much stamina already.
yeah, I feel like, and I've seen similar and dissenting takes on this, but I feel like stamina is not real in this game. And the only reason you need to level up stamina is if you're dual wielding like heavy things or if you need equip load.
Yeah.
That's it. That's the only reason that you level up stamina. Which is why I was really excited and interested at the idea that I thought Elden Ring ran on from the Iron Pineapple video, that strength increased your equip load.
I feel like was that in the network test? I could swear that there was some
I didn't
stat
do the
leveling
network
differences.
test, so I don't know. But I was really excited at the potential of that. I was like, oh shit, that's a different way of handling equip load, and it makes logical sense. It's like the stronger you are, the more you can carry. I really like that as an idea.
'Cause I
And
know
then
for
stamina
certain
could
that there
just
was
be stamina.
yeah. I know for certain that there was oh my God, a stat difference in the network test for how fuck's sake, for how equip load and that was handled. It probably was tied to strength, I think.
That's it's a really interesting idea, and I wonder why they decided to switch it back to being tied to stamina. I'm glad to have it tied to a different stat altogether. Like I don't like the way that Dark Souls 3 does it, where you
Yeah.
have to level up your equip
Then
load separately. It doesn't logically make sense to me.
so then
Because as your character grows in power from leveling up, you're going to level up strength, you're going to level up stamina and whatever. If, Dark Souls 1 has taught you, I need to level up stamina so that I can do anything. And having the amount of stuff that your character can carry and equip, along with you growing in power, makes logical sense.
I
It makes sense for it to be tied to strength. I will give it some amount of logical sense to be tied to stamina. You know, there's something to that, realistically, logically. But I I don't like it being by itself.
Hmm.
And with
Yeah, that wasn't
how
really
stamina
that good
doesn't
either.
exist in this game, I feel like
Yeah,
it's kind of a missed opportunity to have stamina tied to equip load again.
armor kind of sucked in Dark Souls 3 in general, and the way it handled equip load being a part of that.
Armor just kind of sucks in general in everything except for Dark Souls 1 and maybe
Yeah.
Dark Souls 2. Armor
Well, Dark
doesn't
Souls 2 had
exist.
that different poise system that attempted to fix the Habble meta from Dark Souls 1.
Yes, it did. And I think in some ways it was successful, in other ways it wasn't. I remember it feeling fairly intuitive while I was playing it, but I don't remember mechanically how or why. So I won't speak to it with any amount of authority or depth.
I know it's definitely different from how the other games approached it.
Yeah.
Aside from the Elden Ring, which has some elements from it, but because enemy poise damage is generally tuned very high,
Yeah.
you only really uh, get the poise effect from basic trash mob hits, like Cody was mentioning.
Yeah.
Something that I'm very interested in uh, thinking about, and maybe even like reworking to some extent, is how armor and especially defenses are handled.
Yes. To that point, actually, and we're veering off of talking about vanilla, but Elden Ring Reforged is pretty darn good from what I've seen. I haven't run through the whole thing yet, but it's fun. Ooh, skipping and freezing. That's no
I've
bueno.
I've not
Um,
noticed skipping and freezing. For me, the stream at least is running pretty smoothly. So
it's telling me it's running smoothly, but that doesn't mean anything.
God saying it works well for her. So I don't know what's going on.
Okay. Um,
For now, we'll keep it the stream as it is. I think so that
yeah.
way
But
it isn't.
Reforged, it
Yeah,
seems to be that as you upgrade certain stats, your poise gets a natural upgrade, even when you have low poise armor. Because I was doing a run through where I was wearing just the champion's armor, and that has relatively low poise. And my poise was steadily upgrading as I went through the game.
see, stop doing it. Nice.
Beautiful.
I could
And
see poise being tied to stamina or endurance, I should say.
yeah, I
Like that
I could see
seems
it
to make logical
logistically
sense in
being
my head.
tied to strength or stamina.
Yeah.
It's like you can make an argument either way, I think.
I think, well, considering the stamina fact is called endurance, like the endure an enemy attack, that seems to make sense
Yeah,
in my head.
yeah, totally agree.
And strength being tied to equip load. Stamina should give one poison.
Can you imagine? I mean, you would have to balance that, I think. Maybe not one whole point in poise, maybe like a half point or something. But that would kind of solve by end game everything just destroying your poise no matter what armor you're wearing.
1 point of poise. But you
One
gotta understand that
point of
at the same time, this
poise.
also doesn't help the bow goat wearers any much more because if you could level up endurance to the point where even a light set could protect you against most attacks,
Yeah,
then again, what is the point of wearing bull goat?
yeah. You are, other than fashion, but like, there's already mods to solve that problem. Um,
I
yeah,
don't.
it's
Is it out of 100? I don't know. Poison is
uh
always a mechanical mystery to me. I don't know how its numbers are really calculated, only like its basic effects and how it
yeah,
generally tries to work.
poise.
Because in Elden Ring, it gets even more complex with how the formulas interact with hyper armor and your natural poison.
Yeah, it's yeah. They made it way too complex. Um, I don't know if it can go past 100.
You'll have to forgive us in that we are not sure. We haven't read the 6 paragraphs on how exactly Poise functions in
Yeah. Although,
Elden Ring.
maybe. We probably should at some point.
Let me look over the Poise section here on the wiki.
I want poise to be a damage reduced if you super armor. The more poise you have, the more damage reduced you have.
Yeah, got it.
I
Okay.
guess I could see that, but yeah, I certainly by late game you don't ever want to trade hits with bosses, and
It's also difficult because like not wanting to trade hits could also be mitigated by the damage multipliers being negated by
yeah,
later game, and even armor being made more effective and how much it actually defends you.
oh yeah,
Poise is also this way as well because who knows how Poise would feel if, on the whole, enemy Poise values were switched to like half
yeah.
of what they
There's
are now.
there's a lot of variables that goes into it, and it's very hard to say like what objectively works best because it's gonna feel different for every player for every build that they're gonna do. So it's a tricky thing to balance.
If I could try to explain Poise from what I know, uh, it's a deceptively simple math problem. Your total Poise value is, I think, subtracted from the whenever an enemy hits you, it has its own Poise damage value. And if an enemy keeps hitting you in succession, then these values are continually subtracted from your actual Poise until it hits 0, and then you get staggered. The problem I think I've been seeing around is that enemy Poise is geared to hitting very, very hard for the Poise damage. It's something around 40 or an idea like that for like simple sword swings from a trash mob. So you could outclass the 40 Poise damage by getting something like a Radon set or higher, where you can then tank that hit, but then the next one will stagger you. But you can see how going from 40 like it's really big really quickly. Since 2 hits then becomes 80, and I'm pretty sure only like the top tier sets like Bull Goat could tank both of those. And the actual heavy attacks just get more wonky from there.
Yeah. I I feel the same way about poise as I do about taxes. Simplify the shit out of it.
Oh yeah.
It's like it should not be this complex for what is essentially I want to be able to tank a couple of hits without staggering if I'm wearing big armor. It's like this should be a very simple trade-off.
I prefer I just I prefer this for any mechanic really, but I prefer like the whole defense system to just be more engaging. And I think for Poise that would be making it simpler, or at least much more effective and drastic from low poise values to high poise values.
Yeah,
Like if you're
if
wearing
not
Bull Goat, you should be able
simpler,
to
it
just
should at
straight up
least be
tank
more
the hit.
intuitive.
Yes.
It's like I, as a player, should be able to intuitively understand what are the benefits of wearing big armor. And in Elden Ring, as in DS3, that difference doesn't exist. It's like I can look fat and fat roll and die, or I can wear
Look
lighter
good
armor and be able to roll
and not die.
and not die. Or still die because I haven't figured out how to roll properly yet. It's like these games absolutely push you into you need to learn how to roll. And that's unfortunate because there's like there's way more engagement to me to be able to have a build where I focus on rolling and dodging, and to be able to have a build where I focus on blocking and tanking.
Yeah.
Like
That
Dark Souls
that's where
1
the
does really well at
customization
this.
yeah. That's where the customization of a build comes in. As if only one playthrough is really viable, then is it really not Sekiro? Are you really not Bloodborne?
Yeah. Yeah. Ah, I knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord. Just gonna give this man a college education from a distance.
And you, man, I really wish you had the grapple attack here.
Oh, yeah. I used
That's
it, I think, the
undoubtedly
second time that I fought him. And,
it's just
oh
undoubtedly one of the most
boy.
satisfying ways to kill him.
Yes.
So
I also
fun.
did that for. Because on my first playthrough, I was a magic build. And I didn't engage with the manor, the volcano manor stuff at all.
Hmm.
On my second playthrough, I did incantations with primarily doing melee build. And that grab them and drop a college education into their faces attack became my go-to for any PvP type thing. And that is how I whooped all of the Volcano Manor things. It was
Wow.
just starting out the fight, using that, grab them, blind them, and they would either be dead right off the bat or they would be like one or two hits away.
Indeed. So good. So okay. So right for armor, which would we want to start off with possible rework, maybe more of a rebalance, just how they function. Uh, it's defense or it's poise.
Definitely defense first. I want
Okay.
like poise is a separate challenge to have to deal with because of how complex it is. But
Mhm.
first and foremost, it should be again intuitive. I put on big armor, I should be able to
You get
tank some
big defense.
hits. Even
Yeah.
if I get staggered, we can talk about, poise separately from that. I should
Yes.
be able to take more than 2 hits from the final boss if I'm wearing the heaviest fucking armor in the game.
Indeed.
Like, I'm sorry, but armor is supposed to mean something. Especially if you're going to commit to how friggin' heavy it is and how much stamina you have to put in so that you can wear the darn thing. It should mean something.
It should. So then, I suppose my question would be, how do we want to go about making sure it means something? Do we just want to um, improve the values of what's already there so that the defense can reach some pretty high values, like,
Yeah,
the heavier set you get?
I think it's a twofold approach of improving the values on the armor, um, and sort of doing what this game kind of starts to do, and like what Cinders I think did really well, is making the more linen type things that aren't plate, that aren't heavy armor, whatever, make those better at defense against elemental attacks, whereas heavier armors, plate armors, stuff that has metal is better against physical damage, but isn't as good against um, elemental attacks, except for like where it makes sense.
Hmm.
Like the clean rot armor could probably give you better defense against being poisoned. You know, that would
I
be
could
pretty
see,
logical.
I could see us taking the same approach for shields that we take for armors, where a lot of the stats and resistances are exaggerated. Like perhaps one armor could nearly give you immunity to stuff like rot,
Yeah,
or one
yeah,
could make you super weak to it.
yeah. I honestly, I'm not against putting absolute immunity in parts. Like we've talked about how I want to make it so that when you accept the 3 fingers and the frenzied flame, you become immune to madness.
Is that really the way to go? This would still mean the investment towards elemental takes little to no investment. And it's not like elemental damage is rare.
that is true. Elemental damage is not rare, but it would give people who want to do like builds where you have low stamina or low equip load some amount of defense. Like when fighting a dragon, the fire does fire and physical, as far as I understand. And so if you could defend against one of those really well, you're in a good position. It's like somebody who wears the heavy plate armor can defend against fire, like the physical damage aspect of it. Somebody who's an astrologer can defend against the fire aspect of it.
And a light gear should absolutely do something and you can receive a slight buff, but I don't know if the heaviest armor in the game should defend less than a linen armor against a specific type of damage.
That is totally fair. Bull goat should absolutely be the goat armor. Like
I think
you
that
should be
this
able to,
idea,
and other than exceptions where like as a joke, you know, we could say the armor that Gold Mask has the best holy protection, holy defense, absorption, whatever, something. You know, it's like we could have standout armors that do specific things, but otherwise, Bull Goat would want to be the best. And so,
I think
if you have
the
invested enough to be able to use it,
hey Gold Mask, how you doing?
poor guy.
Speak of the devil. So right, I think for the ultra heavy set armors, like just the stuff that requires so much investment in order to be able to wear and use effectively, I think those should, for the most part, disregard uh, the balancing between the lighter to medium sets, and shouldn't just like provide the most protection they can. Possibly with some weaknesses, but never below a certain threshold, I think.
Yeah. Bull Goat, for example, I'd be totally cool with being weaker to magic and super good against physical compared to that magic counter heavy armor. I may not have used it or have realized that there is a magic, like
Let me look
a
at the armor sets
heavy
in the
armor
game.
with high magic defense.
Just a bit. How do I sort this? Set comparison table. What's at the bottom? Olga is not at the bottom, which means this list is set up terribly. Fuck's sake, it's alphabetical. Oh no.
Does the table allow you to change that? Because anyone
Nope.
that programs a good table should allow you to swiftly modify
Oh no,
what
wait.
is oriented
Oh
to the
shit, you
top.
can. I can. Oh, okay. There we go.
Okay, I was going to say that's like standard practice in any sort of a data handling anything.
Okay, so it looks like the sets with the highest magic resistance is the highest is Lusat's set with 32.4 magic resistance.
Oh, that
Next
explains.
highest is Preceptor's set. Next highest after that is Royal
Hmm,
Knight set, the one used by
Preceptor, yeah.
Loretta, and the one after that is Queen Full Moon set,
Okay, so Eve, you're
and then
probably
Lionel's
talking
set
about
after that.
Loretta's, because that's a heavy armor that apparently is really good against magic.
Pretty
Um,
sure Lionel's is two. Yeah, both Lionel's and whoa, Lionel's 50 weight. Okay,
it is chonker heavy, which
okay,
I'm not
so
against because it looks like it should be.
yeah,
Like
mushroom.
honestly, it looks like it should be heavier than the bull goat, just combined.
Let me link you the comparison table so you can find the one you're looking for. If you just click on the uh, defense value name at the top and sort it, which took me a little bit to figure out because there was no drop down arrow telling my sneaky brain, monkey brain, that, yeah, I can do that.
Crucible Axe set.
Crucible, where's the Crucible Axe?
That's
It's down.
the
It's down here quite a bit.
great sword one. I think.
Astrologer, mushroom. A Battle Mage, Omen, Malformed Dragon. Yeah, the Crucible Axe set with 28.2 resistance
Yeah, but
at
going
38.
circling back, whoop, back
Yep.
to what ideally I think armor should do is it should, first of all allow you to take a couple of hits if you're wearing heavy armor
Mm.
from soft. Um, so like anything that's equal or heavier in defense than like the Crucible set, for instance, you should be able to take more than one hit from the final boss. It's like, or even Godfrey. Like, come on now. You should not have to rush to the flask just because you took one hit. This is a problem. And that's a problem that exists in multiple levels because of the way that vigor is heavily emphasized, because of the amount of damage that everything does. And so fixing armor is like a twofold problem of increasing the amount of defense that they give you or leaning into the extremes of it, which I think we've talked about, makes it feel more interesting. And on the other side of that coin, you have to properly balance and adjust the amount of damage done by enemies.
Yeah.
It's like you should not be getting destroyed by a dog, even if you haven't invested in vigor. Like this should not be happening.
Yeah, this is a twofold problem in general. So
So
let's see
it's
for
fixing the armor and the way that that works, like
yeah.
how well the defense works, and
So
it's fixing the amount of damage done by especially late game stuff.
oh right, yeah, yeah. The damage scaling that happens is certainly a big a problem that comes around.
Yeah.
So let me think. Would we want to do anything more with defense on armor than exaggerating or just generally buffing how it behaves in the way that we described? Like, would we want to have them introduce any other effects or any other benefits for having it on that could contribute to defense?
Well, two things. One, I definitely want to increase, or not increase. I want to give passive effects to most, if not all, armor pieces and sets. It's like wearing this thing will increase your strength by 2, and we have mainly headpieces that do that. Or wearing this will increase the effect of this type of sorcery, and those are neat. And I would like more of those so that people can tailor their fashion and their build towards whatever they value most. It's like, do I care about value, or do I care about the numbers, or do I care about how sweet I look? And so I want to make that choice more meaningful.
If we did that, I would like to ensure that it wouldn't interfere with being able to fashion souls as much because you know the meme where you're wearing all the armor for the best stats and can't can't really be ours to care about how they look.
Yes, the
So it ends up
person
looking like
wearing
a
the
hot
table and
mess.
the penguin hat.
Yeah.
I feel like that was me in another life.
So if there's a way to introduce like that kind of effect while not having it restrict how the player is able to work with fashion,
Yeah.
we could a transmog system would be the most effective answer to this, I think, because you could grab the stuff with the coolest benefits while still having it look like what you want.
Potentially, yeah.
But I feel like implementing that from scratch would be rather difficult, even though I know it's possible since Cinders did have its own version.
Yeah.
It's also kind of unintuitive how it works in a way, because there's like specific items you have to use for specific sets. It's a good implementation, but just from the restriction, it's very weird.
Yeah. So that's certainly something to keep in mind and aim to eventually include. It's
I
like
do.
some way that I can transfer the benefits of certain armor pieces to the ones I actually want to use.
I maybe this could be applied to only headpieces. For only the headpieces for each set instead of like every piece in the whole set. So that way
Potentially?
you still get the effect from
Yeah.
the part from the set itself, but it would mainly be what you have on your noggin. It could also potentially be in the gauntlets, because considering those are more nondescript, and then something about holding your weapon with them
Yeah.
makes it feel like it works for me. I don't know.
I think there are several options, and I think that will be something for us to collect data about once we have the
Indeed.
project going
Yeah.
and we have people that are using it. We can start asking specific questions like that, get some data, see how people feel about it, and then we can make a more informed decision of like, should we put it on one specific piece or should we distribute the effect over the whole set? Yeah, there's
That would be good to collect data on to see what people like the
yeah.
most out of all the options. So then, regardless of that, you said there was like two elements to that. One was giving armor sets effects, and another one was
Excellent question. Brain cannot pull it up. What was your specific question that
my
you
specific
asked?
question was like, other than just like pure defense stats, like percentage defense and all that, is there anything
Right.
else we would want to do? Yeah,
Yeah,
in order
so
to
this comes into
increase your
the
skin.
complex difference between damage absorption and defense.
Isn't one just
Because,
like like it's a solid subtraction and the other one is a percent subtraction?
yes,
Okay.
yes. And so it comes into balancing those so that it feels intuitive. I want to, you know, balance how much the damage absorption is and how much the damage negation is so that it logically feels appropriate when I'm wearing a certain armor piece, how much damage I'm taking.
Hmm.
Because I don't necessarily want to make it so that you can completely negate damage. Unless, like, I feel like the only way to absolutely negate damage in a Souls game is to dodge.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that. Leaving that as your absolute, I can escape taking any damage at all if I'm skilled enough to time my dodge. I'm alright with leaving that.
I am also fine with requiring a lot of investment for a specific set or build if
Yeah,
this investment means that you get a comparative reward, and you wouldn't get this reward without that investment.
yes. Like, I'm totally fine with the Bull Goat needing all of the investment that it does.
Hmm.
I'm not fine with that investment working out to be worthless because
I picked up the
enemy
Dragon Crest Great
scaling.
Shield Talisman and just slapped it on my light set, and it turns out I have nearly the same defense.
Yeah, yeah. And all of that defense being meaningless when you get to endgame anyway.
Yeah. The Dragon Crest Great Shield Talisman is also interesting to me because it's two different types of investment,
Yeah,
but I think that it's not the investment we would want to go for. Like putting a talisman in an endgame area or an armor set in an endgame area eh, is not really the kind of investment I like just in general, as it means you can only really appreciate it for the final encounters in a game, which
yeah,
since I generally play on just a regular new game, since I hop around ideas a lot and can never really get into New Game Plus immediately with all this stuff just to go through a build. I'd much prefer, of course, that if a lot of these things were just made available early, because I don't like investment being, oh, I got to Haley Tree, I picked this up, and now I got this defense.
Yeah.
Like I prefer to be solid in the realm of like investing stats. It's especially on our restricted stats idea where uh like the level ups would be limited and you can also be able to find level ups in caves and dungeons and shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I The more important form of investment should be your stats because that requires the most time, the most work, and the most souls.
Yeah.
The form of investment that is um, just using a talisman slot, like those are important, but kind of outweighed in terms of what it should mean to you by the heavy investment you need to do to use Bull Goat, or the heavy investment you need to do to use what is the name of Melania's sword? Because it requires 40 dex, and that's a pretty hefty investment if you're a quality build or if you're
Oh
anything
yeah.
but a pure dex build.
Yeah, for sure. Think.
Same thing with whatever hammer it is that requires like 60 strength. Same thing with the great shields that require like 45 strength, 60 strength. It's like you should get something for the investment that you're putting in to use this thing.
Oh yeah. So part for that question, I'm wondering if we're going to go this route of making sure that heavy investment armor, or even like the really weighty ones, do get their resistances to that effect. I wonder if we should also implement some other method of investment in order to garner some, again, better rewards that could still be available to be done early.
Perhaps it's a complicated thing, which I can't blame FromSoft for not. Well, I can. I can blame them for not bothering to balance things because it's their game.
Betrayed.
I can blame them for that because it should not be in the position that it is. Like, it should not be that seamless co-op had to exist in order to make co-op actually good. FromSoft should have just fucking put it in the game to begin with. Like, the fact
If you're
that we have
designing this
put up
game,
with.
you should recognize that this seamless PvP system works better for an open
Yeah,
world like Elden Ring.
yeah, and I've seen the arguments that the invasion system is what makes, FromSoft
You make
multiplayer stuff
invasions work
unique.
in a seamless co-op session. That's
Exactly.
not the problem here.
Exactly.
That's just
You
the
could
effect of it
even
being a part of a mod that has to work within these restrictions.
imagine imagine having two teams of seamless co-op players
In an
invading each
all-out
other.
war.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like FromSoft, why are you so committed to sticking with this old formula? And it's an interesting formula. I will absolutely give them that. But it is basically inferior
It's
to the
not an
seamless
interesting
co-op mod.
formula for Elden Ring. It's an interesting formula for Demon Souls. An interesting formula for Dark Souls 1. For
Yeah,
these games are split into very significant sections that
they're like Game Freak. You are so fucking right. Game Freak has not evolved as horrible as that joke may be, like, they just haven't picked up on any of the good ideas that have been thrown out there. They haven't come up with anything else. They are too afraid to change their formula. And specifically with Game Freak, I feel like they are afraid to change. FromSoft, I think, is not afraid to change. They just don't want to. Like, I am so cynical about the way FromSoft tries to design games that I think they are purposefully not changing or iterating on it in any meaningful way. Like, the biggest change that we've gotten in their entire lineup of games is, oh, you can jump now. Isn't that cool? It's like, gee, thanks, Nintendo. I didn't realize this was Legend of Zelda. Why has it taken so long to add that?
Dead. It's interesting because I know FromSoft has the capacity for significant change, and they showed it with their other game releases that they made, and
Yeah,
in Elden
Sekiro
Ring as
is
well. Because
amazing and
a
totally
boss like
different.
Radon, for instance, is a very significant change from any other thing they've attempted
Oh,
in
yeah.
prior games. It is something that probably like a fan would have dreamed up. And was like, oh, wouldn't this be cool? And I was like, yeah, that probably wouldn't work.
Yeah. Like, Sekiro is not a game for me. We've covered that. I am probably not going to replay it, except for maybe if I can be convinced to do mods, which I probably will once the Elden Ring hyperfixation has passed. But it's a damn good game, and they
It is.
clearly nailed what they were going for.
Yeah.
Like,
And it's
wow.
why I say they're not. It's not that. It's why I say that they're not incapable of change.
Yeah,
They're not really afraid of it either. They they're
they just don't want to.
they have a vision
Their vision sucks. It's like
and they stick
Ryan
by it.
Johnson and his vision for Star Wars. It's like, yeah, he had a vision. That vision is shit.
I still appreciate The Last Jedi because it's way more interesting to me than Rise of Skywalker was by any regard.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
It
But I
it was
enjoyed Rise of
certainly
Skywalker a lot more. It was a
it
lot
was
funnier to
certainly
laugh at.
it's certainly an interesting movie, but that is a whole ass discussion on its own.
Oh yes,
And
we
I
can.
think we can both agree that the sequel trilogy sucks ass.
Yes, we could have a whole stream just devoted to shitting on Star Wars. Honestly,
Oh,
but
we
yeah,
could,
it's
but
like
I doubt Code would be here for that since they're not interested in Star Wars for obvious reasons at this point.
that's okay. I don't blame anybody who isn't interested in Star Wars. Star Wars is
I
no
was
longer
roped into it.
interesting.
I was roped into it by sheer like culture surrounding.
Yeah, Star Wars
It's
used to be good.
yeah, Star Wars is God, how do I explain Star Wars? It's one of those things that's fun because there's a lot of people interested in it. It's a very pop culture kind of series with like a
It
whole bunch of
is.
comics and everyone has their own opinion on it and everything.
Yeah, it's big enough, and I'm, you know, uh,
It has interesting ideas and things, interesting characters mainly because there's been so much content made for it that it's kind of hard not to have an interesting character when you have 37 books written about you.
yeah, that is fair. Um, I feel, I guess Star
And why
Wars
is the
like
music called
started
this?
big
Because
and stayed big, but Star Wars like obviously shows what happens when something gets really really big is it has to
oh yeah,
appeal to everybody, and Elden Ring is showing that as well. Like very clearly FromSoft made this game trying to get a bigger audience, whether that's on their own part or if that's at the behest of Bandai. I don't know, but like very clearly they have done things to try to garner a wider audience, and it has hurt
spirit
what
ashes.
was originally interesting about their games. And I'm not against them going in a new direction. Please, FromSoft, innovate, do some new things. Sekiro is great, but like, do it well. please.
The whole thing is about change with FromSoft is very interesting conversation because they both do it and they don't.
Yeah.
Like they'll change when they want to. In other words, FromSoft is a
Yeah.
bunch of boomers, and we're uh, we're liberalizing the market. We're gonna
That's
put blue hair
probably true.
on Godfrey
Oh
and
God.
have him sing along to punk bands. I don't know. I don't know what the stereotype is.
Hidetaka Miyazaki. How old is this motherfucker?
Are you looking that up? That you read that? You said that like you're currently looking it up and
I am
typing
looking
into
it up.
Google. Okay. Why is the music called Jizz? I don't know.
Born 1974 or 1975.
He's a boomer. Miyazaki is a certified boomer. Elden Ring is a
Kinda.
product of the boomer generation.
He's like almost 50. I just love that we don't know.
Which
Like,
year it was?
yeah.
It
He was
was.
born either in 74 or 75. We don't
He's a
know.
transient being.
Yeah. Wow. Wow. That's hilarious. I can't believe that that information is not something that, like,
Everyone
people know
knows
about.
for certain.
Yeah.
But no, it's that year or that year. We're not entirely sure. Miyazaki is the
Wow.
result of a medical experiment. The
That's
first,
great.
the first human being that was infused with the knowledge of every fantasy adventure book in existence that had been made up to that point. The reason he brought on George R. R. Martin for Elden Ring was to assimilate his knowledge into his head.
Probably. I still wonder what Martin even really contributed. Like, I would
The
love to know
background,
exactly
like
the
a lot
stuff
of the
that he came
character
up with.
relationships and stuff, like in the like that'll happen in the past is very Game of Thrones in a way. Like all the fact that everyone's backstabbing each other.
Did you mean
And
incestuous?
yes, I mean, well, we have Mog, a truly Mog win moment.
Yeah. Definitely crying in the basement was probably him.
Like, yeah, the incest rape, actually, fuck, is that okay to say on Twitch? I might get your channel banned.
That's
Oh
fine.
no. Okay, so the Mog stuff, the fact that everyone's backstabbing each other, the cheating and the political power marriages, that's all, from what I've heard, very George R. R. Martin. I don't know. I don't watch Game of Thrones. I don't
It's
think I
not worth
ever
watching.
will
The
at this
first 4
point.
seasons were okay from what I hear, but after that it just goes downhill.
That's mainly why I won't watch it because, okay, I know I'm going to be leading myself to inevitable disappointment.
Yeah. The only thing I have ever seen of Game of Thrones is literally the very last episode.
I think
And
I've
I was
seen,
like, there's no amount of investment that I'm willing to put into a show to end like this.
I think I've seen a clip of like someone getting rat tortured, and that was it. And I was like, okay,
I do
this
believe I
certainly
heard about that at one point.
this certainly sounds like the type of show that is for me.
Yeah.
A
Yeah.
horrible ending that caused everyone to stop talking about the biggest thing in fiction in weeks, and it got rat torture. Oh my god.
I mean, the show is like the biggest thing for a decade.
Yeah,
And
like
they
that's why I said it
fucked it
caused
up.
everyone to stop talking about the biggest thing in fiction at the time. Like
Yeah.
everyone was all about Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Like
I
every
don't
every television article had like a 50% chance to be Game of Thrones related, and then
or
it
reference
was
it.
gone. It was completely gone.
My normie ass coworkers like followed the show religiously. That that should tell you something. And there's always the example, it's like a bunch of people were at their dentist and the normie dentist was like, yeah, so about that last season of Game of Thrones, that was bad. It's like, wow. Wow. The fact that you had the reach and the ability to cause that. That's insane.
It is.
Ugh.
And then the Star Wars effect happened.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, to get back on track for FromSoft, that's the pretty much the reason why I still rate them above Game Freak, because Game Freak, as far as I know, has literally done the same formula
Yes.
for
Game
every
Freak
single one of
is
their games without any significant change or improvement. And at the very least, even if we're not considering Sekiro, I would consider Bloodborne to be a much
Bloodborne is
more
a pretty
engaging.
significant change to the Souls formula even.
Yeah, I would consider that a much more interesting development over anything Game Freak has done in the past
My
10 years.
father came back from getting milk to tell me how bad the last season was. Oh, that's so good. Oh. Oh, that's great. It's like my
That's a
dad came
perfect
back
way
from
to
the
describe the
cigarette
last
store
season. That's a
just to
perfect
tell me
way to
about.
describe
Oh,
how that last season affected everyone.
yeah.
Father's return to say that winter is coming.
Winter came and it was shit. And it lasted for one episode. That was like really dark and hard to see.
Yeah. So in other words, don't be Game of Thrones.
Yeah.
Don't be
But
Game Freak.
Game Freak versus FromSoft. I absolutely put FromSoft above Game Freak because
Yeah.
they are willing to change. Like they're
Radon
not
is a thing
afraid
in
of it,
this game, and that makes it better than the last 3 Pokemon games combined.
pretty much. And don't get me wrong, I played Pokemon Shield, Sword or Shield, one of the two. I played one of them. Probably put like 200 hours into it. Really enjoyed it. Was a lot of fun. But it is the same game because I did not play a Pokemon game since Pokemon Gold. So second gen. And then I played that one. It is the same exact game. Like, they added some new mechanics. Yay. I understand they've added mechanics with basically every generation, which is cool. But
You
it's
can
the
now
same
ride
formula.
the bike on a road.
Whoa. Don't get too crazy now.
You can now ride Torrent on a road.
Whoa. We're getting too wild now.
So yeah, that's pretty much just the reason. Radon is in this game, and I consider that an actual significant development in boss design and uniqueness.
Yeah, for sure.
I would not
They're
consider other things about this game on that same level, like the fact that the FP system is the exact fucking same thing as it was in
yeah.
3.
Yeah. I don't even honestly, I don't even like that stamina is back with how little they gave a shit about stamina. It's like you should have just gotten rid of it and said, "Well, Sekiro did this, so we're not going to have one either."
BNB V.
V. BNB. V.
BNB
B.
V. B.
I wonder
Where's
what
Prong?
BNBV means to a cat.
Oh, the cat walked on your keyboard. Cats really be like that though.
The cat is telling us to be non-binary.
Oh shit! Everything makes sense now. Thank you, cat.
Crack the code. The
Oh,
universe
God.
is wide open now.
Oh my. Okay, but that's pretty much just like it is interesting, but it is not armor, which I think we should be talking about.
Yes, back
Like
to
the whole game
armor.
freak thing. That is that is very interesting. I agree in part, but we got stuff to talk about fixing. Let's talk about
Yes.
that. So, what I was thinking is that you know how the physic when you drink it, it gives you full damage negation or like at least most damage negation for like one attack before it breaks.
Yes, the
Ima
opaline bubble tier.
Imagine if some armor sets could do that passively while not like full damage negation.
Yeah, but yeah, they could do that passively. Maybe like spawn it every 20 seconds or something, 30
Yeah.
seconds. Yeah,
Because
that'd be cool.
here's my problem with armor, and it's way more than just like how much defense it does, and this is my problem with armor in a lot of games. Just off of like how it's implemented, is that you can never know for sure how much damage it's negating unless you run it with completely naked and then with armor.
Yeah,
And even then, you have to take like individual resistances into account and all that. It's a big math problem
it is.
that is never given visual identity.
Yeah, and it's like I said, I'm not strictly against it being complex, but it should be intuitive to the player.
Yeah.
I shouldn't need to break out like multiple spreadsheets to try to keep track of all this stuff just to understand how it works. The fact that modders have done this, like, that does not excuse the fact that you put them in the position of having to do that just to understand a mechanic.
Okay. So like this is the reason I really like armor in the Doom games, and specifically like Doom 1 and I think Doom 16 on the same system, where you had like your specific armor meter and your health,
Yes.
and they were separate. So you would
Yes.
take damage for your armor first and then your actual health.
Yeah.
To some different math stuff depending on which game you're talking about. But
It's
you
the good
could
old
visually
shield system
see
from Halo.
the effect that your armor is, and yeah, Halo as well. Halo is also a really good example of this. I should have mentioned that because you can see just how much your armor is doing for you, and exactly how much it has left to negate. And it's a lot more engaging because you know exactly, or at least you can intuit and understand what what your damage would be like without your armor. And I wish we could do something like that in Elden Ring, which is why I like the bubble tier idea, even though it would probably be like difficult to actually implement uh, in that way because you know that this attack just blocks straight up so much damage,
Yes. To
and
that
and
point,
once and once it's broken, you see exactly how much damage you would have taken otherwise.
to that point, having Perfumer Trisha and the fact that she will do that anytime you start taking significant damage in a boss fight, and that's the first thing that she does on spawn in, like,
Mhm.
it makes some fights, even if she does nothing else, just having that is super valuable and makes
Yeah,
some fights a lot more bearable to get through, even with how high of a attack that they do or how low your vigor is. It's like just that one extra hit that you can tank makes things a lot better. So
like
I definitely like the idea of having some armor or maybe a talisman or something that spawns a bubble every 10, 20, 30 seconds, something like that.
because how do I
Yeah?
what's this that I'm trying to think about? So imagine if there's a visual indicator on the health bar, like how there's a yellow indicator after you take damage, show you how much you took, or like the gray indicator for the black knife effect. Imagine if there was a darkening effect of some sort beyond the damage you took to show the damage you would have taken if you had no armor on.
Hmm.
And I doubt this is actually possible in any respect. I'm just saying, like, imagine this being in the game and implemented in a way that was like consistent and you could see exactly what was going on. I feel like
That
that alone, even if no other adjustments were made, or at least minor adjustments were made to like how much armor actually defends you, would make armor feel so much more impactful because you knew what it was doing.
maybe That it has potential, but I feel like the main people that would benefit from that is like TISM people who want to know that kind of information and
It's
keep
not even
track of it.
like knowing how much it would do. It's more for the game feel of having on armor and being able to understand, okay, this is actually protecting me, and this is what it's doing. I'm sure, other than at least a lot of people wouldn't really care about it, but I think it would just make armor feel a lot better.
I can
But
certainly see it feeling a lot better to just to know like that it's doing anything.
mhm.
But I think you can get that same kind of experience by doing some fight or some engagement and wearing lesser armor and then getting a new armor set and you're like, "Oh, that's cool. Let me try it out." And you try it out and you take a couple of hits and you're like, "Whoa, this is doing a lot. I really
Yeah.
like this." Like I feel like that's sort of the same or at least a similar type of experience slash acknowledgement of armor's use.
It is, and my only problem with just that, and it's natural in its own way, is that it's comparative.
Yes.
So like you're comparing your experience to whatever armor set you had previously, and while one armor may be really good, it might not look all that good in comparison to another set you were wearing just previously. But like that's a minor thing in comparison.
Yeah.
My main point is that I would love to implement some way of making armor's effects more visual, like something like the bubble tier, or like even negating armor and having the bubble tier be more of like a casual mechanic.
Hmm.
So that
Casual
way
mechanic how?
okay, so this is of course me spitballing. I
Oh yeah.
doubt this would be balanced in any respect, but it's just like to get the idea out and how this could potentially work. So imagine if in order to negate being able to like take 80% damage off of any attack, just on average. Imagine if instead they were all locked to eventually like sort of 50 or 60% or something lower than that. And instead, the returns you would get after reaching this threshold of sorts is a, a kind of bubble tier that keeps increasing in effectiveness with every higher tier of armor. So, like for instance, say you could actually protect against
Hmm.
multiple attacks before it breaks.
Interesting.
So on top of your resistance that you're already getting, you're also getting this another set of like 50% resistance or so. Maybe just specific things, who knows?
Oh,
Go the video,
Bob.
get beat.
Yeah.
And so maybe like this first tier of
Come
armor
on,
with the
computer.
bubble tier would only take one hit, would take 20 seconds to rejuvenate or something. But then something like Bull Goat could have maybe like 5 or 8 hits and rejuvenating in probably around the same time, maybe 10 seconds, who knows? And maybe the bubble tier itself could resist more.
I think there's certainly potential. Oh, you're just gonna be mean now, aren't you?
It's
I don't
gonna be
like the
real
way
mean.
OBS does this. I need to learn to understand OBS better so that I can put up something while I am figuring out the shenanigans. Which one is it even on? Let me see here.
Hmm.
Ah, that's why. Yep. All right.
That's my basic idea, really, since the whole thing is that it provides you with a certain number of hits, or so that you know you're getting from the armor and you know are defending you. but it's not always. So like you're still getting moderate damage when it's off, for instance. So I could see some problems in like the timer to have it be reapplied, meaning that you would just avoid damage as much as possible during that time. But I also like the idea of at uh like ooh jeez what's the word? I read like a tide going in and out. I can't describe it better than that. Where
Like a cyclical kind of thing.
yeah, in a way, like how concentration for casters, like you're going from casting a whole bunch to needing to retreat in order to get your FP back, and the tide of the battle it changes. That could also be applied using this for uh, heavy armor builds, where you're going from tanking as much as possible to avoiding more so.
Okay. So it gives you that sort of ebb and flow of the battle, where it's
Yep,
more of the dancey, rhythmy type thing that we we love in our Souls games.
we do. It's like, for instance, while this bubble tears up, you know you would have some time where you could like just wail on an enemy and you would only be taking like minor damage in return. But once that time is up, or the hits are up that it can defend you from, you know you're going to be needing to play more cautiously or more evasively, I should say.
Yeah, I can definitely see that being something we can work with. I think we'll have to we'll have to test it out a bit and
I would say so, yeah, because
run
I could
through some
definitely see
ideas.
problems with it feeling kind of weird, and the bubble tier physic thing itself might need to be adjusted, taking that into account.
Yeah, but there's potential.
Yeah, and this would of course be also on top of just like in general the other ideas for armor we had, and it's like defense. But even just the defense itself and exaggerating that a bit more,
Yeah,
where like like you said before, the linen types would defend more against elemental, and as you get into the medium plate armors, they would have defended more against physical, and then like the big boy armors just get you chonky defenses
yeah,
in return.
and you can see kind of as let me wind this back a little bit. As I was flipping through the armors, you could see like the dress that character's wearing has higher elemental defense than it does physical. So this is something that clearly they have thought about and have tried to implement,
Yeah, I
but
see.
it doesn't strike me as enough.
Because it's only like a difference of what, like two? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a difference of 4 points, I guess. And I'm not even totally sure of how much that's worth because the math that they do on this stuff is weird and not
It's
at all
very weird.
intuitive.
Like you'd have to like take on and off sets while looking at the stats page just to see how it's changing your defense.
Yeah,
But for now, let's go with the fact that the elemental and physical differences aren't that much.
yeah.
And I'd
It's
certainly love to be
it's
able to exaggerate them more. But for that effect, for that impact, you know.
yes.
So other than that, I feel like that like for defense, I'm not I don't really have any other ideas on like ways to otherwise increase its viability.
I mean, defensive builds will use shields and you and I have talked about like ways to do that, so we don't have to
Hmm.
get into it here. Um But yeah, I think it will just be a slow process of us testing out ideas and trying to workshop them and saying, how does this feel? Is this intuitive for the player? And collecting data from willing guinea pigs that we can have run through and
The
try some
guinea
stuff.
pigs for the scientists.
Oh, yes.
And so, gee, that's a lot of black flame you got there, sir.
Yeah. The range that they have on those black flames is kind of nuts.
So let's see. Next up is poise. Then after defense,
Yes.
poise is interesting because it can get a little broken in some regards, as we saw from DS1, where
A little.
a lot of where you could essentially ignore most of an attack string if you just had enough poison damage negation.
Yeah.
So I feel like combining high poise with high damage negation is probably not great, but it also makes the most sense for a heavy armor to allow you to take more hits effectively.
Yes. I pretty much completely agree with that. It's like it's hard to balance enemy attacks around somebody who, you can assume is taking advantage of all that they can get. And so they have the heaviest armor and the highest poise. And how do we make sure that that person still has a challenge?
Yeah. Hyper armor is surprisingly good for that. And I do like the idea of the system, but I feel like its timing on attacks is very weird. Like it would make sense. Like if you're in the middle of a motion with a colossal weapon, it would take nothing short of hell or high water to stop you from
Yes.
completing that motion. But the problem is that it can often feel inconsistent because it's not like a gradient. It's either you have hyper armor or you don't.
Yeah.
And often at very arbitrary times in the motion in the animation, where this frame, while you're moving forward at high speed, does not have hyper armor, but this frame does.
Yes. Yes. And that is exceedingly not intuitive to a player.
Yeah. So,
I don't know that there's
poise.
an easy fix for that because, like, as a developer, you don't want to make entering this animation entirely to be a I have overcome the entirety of whatever possible attacks the enemy can throw at me.
Yeah.
But at the same time, they also have stuff like backstabs where you're completely invulnerable. So I don't know. For some things, they try to balance, and then for others, they're just like, "Yeah, fuck it."
So I think I really do like the concept of combining hyper armor with natural poise, as I think that's the most effective method of balancing the system over just like completely natural poise where nothing can stand in your way
Yeah,
to like actually feeling the tanky clunk of a colossal weapon.
yeah, I agree with that.
So,
With how much commitment there is to using a tanky weapon, a very large thing, like you need poise.
yeah.
You don't necessarily need poise if you're a dual scimitar dex build,
Yes.
because the amount of time that it takes for you to fire off an attack isn't that much.
Plus the weight, indeed, and the
Yeah,
stamina. Because you need all that stamina to attack with them effectively, especially if you're dual wielding, and the weight in order to roll regularly.
yeah,
I feel like the way to go off of just trying to make an informed guess here would be exaggerating the usefulness of hyper armor and maybe increasing the frames that it's active for in like heavier weapon animations.
yeah. I'm certainly down for that.
So that like maybe I'd rather it not make that much sense that you're almost completely still but getting the hyper armor than moving and not getting the hyper armor, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
I think
We
yeah, I think I'd prefer the poise here to be weighted in favor of colossal weapons over specifically being geared to armor. So yeah, more focused on hyper armor instead of completely natural poise. So the balance is very interesting.
Yeah, balancing it will take time and effort, but I'm certainly willing to give it a shot because I do agree that the passive poise isn't it leads to some things being utterly busted, and that's a shame. So we shall try to fix that as best we can and make it feel intuitive. Because as I keep saying, that's what I want. Is I want it to feel intuitive for the player, that
Yeah,
they can try out some stuff and immediately understand what are the benefits of doing this thing versus what I was doing before.
indeed. Because I do like the trade-off of, or not really trade-off, but the focus of armor being more about defense and a little less about poise, especially on the lighter classes. But heavy weapons really giving you increase in poise through hyper armor and being helped by heavy armor. Geez.
Yes. And I think that that can be tackled in several ways. There's
Yeah.
the way that Reforged seems to be doing it, where you sort of increase in poise as you level up.
Hmm.
And so even if you're doing a naked run, you can, you know, get some amount of benefit from poise. Granted, by endgame, none of it means anything, but still.
Yeah. So then, it seems like poise will, because it's a system that conceptually I think is already solid. It's just going to be a matter of like fine tuning it to the point that it just
Yes.
works.
Yes. And like
And
I
that's
said,
not really,
I can and can't blame FromSoft for not balancing it. It's like it takes a shitload of work to properly balance it.
hmm.
But at the same time, you made and released the game, so you do bear some responsibility in this. Yeah, so it'll just take
The poise
finagling.
will definitely be just like a numbers conversation that has to happen on its own. Did Monster Hunter World have a great system of poise? I would be able to conversate about this if I knew how Monster Hunter World's poise system works.
I have yet to play that game, so I don't have any idea. It has been recommended to me a bunch, and I think I've even purchased it, but I just haven't played it yet. I
Me
wouldn't be
when game is
surprised.
in my Steam library, but I've never played it once.
Yeah. To be
I guess
fair, it's like
let me look.
half of my Steam library because I got a bunch of good sales all in a row.
Ah, no, the Steam sales. Okay, wait. Monster Hunter World poise system. I'm gonna look it up because I think it might be probably good for the conversation.
Oh
Is
yeah.
poise a thing? That's in Game Facts. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Type armor poise exist.
Do people not
Nope.
even know if it's in the game?
This unlocking is killing this game. With this game and a Dark Souls poise system to help. I'm getting varying answers on if a poise system
Hmm.
exists and how it works.
Interesting.
People know, but no one calls it poise. I why? Okay, so I will need the name for the thing if I'm gonna be able to look it up.
Yeah. But barring that, I feel like we've covered armor and poise pretty well. I
Hmm.
am satisfied, I think, to move on
Yeah.
to
The rest of
some.
Armor's discussion will be less in like the fun mechanical stuff and more in, okay, how are we gonna balance these numbers against each other? Where's the fucking spreadsheet?
Yeah, pretty much.
It's
Pretty
mostly tied
much.
to the weapon you use in the attack. Look at EGS, heavy attacks are beyond useless. I've never used them aside from Ruined Greatsword heavy attack on very rare occasions. Because Ruined Greatsword has like that effect thing going on. Wrecked.
Oh, yeah. I got totally wrecked by that guy. And I knew it was going to happen, too. I was like, there's a guy down here. Pretty sure that's a thing. I'm about to get. Yep, I'm going to get stabbed.
You rip. It's, honestly, I feel like heavy attacks in general are underpowered, and that's not just a colossal weapon specific issue.
No, that is definitely a thing. Um, and I feel like they either nerfed them or they acknowledged the fact that it's a problem and they gave you several ways to try to increase your attack power for charged attacks specifically. Like you have the tier for the physic flask, you have some sort of meat thing that you can eat to do that. You have other things that buff that specifically. I think there's a spell that does it. Like they either did this on purpose to make those things useful, or they acknowledge, hey, this is a problem, but we're not going to go through the actual trouble of fixing it. We're just going to give you the tools to maybe fix it, kind of temporarily.
I guess our next topic is charged attacks. How make useful charge attacks?
That is an excellent question. They're exceedingly useful in Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 3. But they are much less useful in something like Bloodborne, and basically not useful at all in this game if you're a casual player. I will put on that sticky note and say this mainly affects casual players because people who are very experienced players or who know move sets of bosses really, really well won't struggle as much with this. They will know when the
Yeah.
opportunities have popped up and they will take advantage of them.
Like I've seen Ongball use some strong attack combos in the middle of
Yes.
like in the middle of various boss fights. And I'm like, okay.
Yeah,
So
so
like obviously they
categorically it is
can be
possible.
so obviously they can be used, but the question I suppose then is how do we make their use more satisfying, rewarding?
More rewarding. I mean, certainly for some things, increasing the amount of stagger damage it does. I don't know what to call it: stamina, stagger, poise, posture.
The stagger damage is completely fine.
Yeah, it's like increasing the amount that it does for that for stuff like great hammers or the colossal hammers, and like that would make it more satisfying to be able to actually pull off one of those. Um, and even thinking about stuff like in Bloodborne, Ludwig's Holy Blade, it's like getting off the full charged R2 on that was really, really rare and difficult. But if you did
Mhm.
it, then you had a shortened charge for a second one that did equal damage. And that was your reward of, hey, you actually got the full thing off. Here, you can have another one. And I found that really satisfying and useful in that game.
Yeah.
In the, 3 opportunities that you have to actually use it. So maybe there's something that could be done there. Probably not for all weapons, but for some of them, and we can feel out what makes sense and what doesn't. It's like if you can manage the full charge, then to do a second full charge takes much less time.
I think just in general, we can also like across the board increase the attack power
Yeah.
because especially if it's only going to happen rarely, and it's likely that the player will get punished for just attempting to do it constantly.
Yeah.
Then like being able to make the reward for hitting it very sweet would be
It would make
nice.
trading actually viable.
Oh yeah.
It's like if you want to do a build where you are doing trades, then charged R2s are gonna be your friend.
It's like I'm not opposed to making the damage almost ludicrous.
For some
Yeah,
weapons, certainly. Like
yeah.
you should be doing insane amounts of damage if you can pull off a full charged R2 with a colossal hammer. Like you should be flattening a motherfucker unless it's, fire giant size.
Yeah. I could
And
also
even
see, of
then,
course,
you should be hurting
doing
him.
like a large knockback kind of thing,
Yeah.
especially on some weapons for sure. But I think in general, increasing the damage a moderate amount and on specific weapon classes, introducing some good knockback will make its usage a lot more prevalent, or at least maybe not prevalent even, but more rewarding to pull off successfully.
Yeah. I definitely agree there. And this doesn't exactly count for stuff like katanas, because I've pulled off full charged R2s with katanas many times.
Hmm.
But katanas generally have the fastest animations anyway, so. Um, but even like the short spear, the thrusting swords, knives, stuff like that, like you can pull off charged R2s with
Yeah.
those. I don't know if it's actually shorter. That would be interesting to look at the time that the charge takes. Oh, side note, look at this. The change in numbers. You get one more point in stamina and 9 more points in health from Erdtree's favor to Erdtree's favor +1. Like, fuck you.
Since I feel like charge attacks is actually a very succinct conversation, then considering the answer would probably be raise damage and raise damage, especially on heavier weapon classes, and raise stagger, especially on the much heavier weapon classes. So just kicking it up by tier. How about talismans then? Since you just picked up Ortree's favorite +1, the
Yeah.
biggest upgrade in the game.
Woo boy. Erdtree's favor +2 is like, woo man. You can add
Oh,
5 more points to your health.
holy shit.
Yeah, boy.
I would definitely want to increase the amount that the plus version give you.
Oh yeah. And again, this is something that you said that it just makes so much sense. We're gonna lean into the effects of some of these things.
Yeah.
Erdtree's favor, like especially as you get the leveled up versions, or if we can come up with like a talisman upgrading system, like you should be heavily rewarded for finding this thing or for getting it or for unlocking it or for upgrading it. Like this should be doing lots more for you. This should be leaning heavily into, oh, you have the +1 instead of the other one. Here's 100 more points to your health.
Oh yeah.
Especially with how like health hungry so many things in late game are in the vanilla version.
The plus
It's
system is a surprisingly good way of also increasing reward. In a way, it's kind of boring, obviously, because it's just a talisman you already have, but a better version of it. But I like it a lot more compared to some other forms of like recycling upgrades, like the
I
God,
don't even know if I
the
feel like it's boring. Like
yeah, like I
I
don't
am
exactly know what the reasoning is behind why it doesn't feel as boring, but
I'm
like I
I'm
definitely prefer it to finding a smithing stone or any other kind of repeated other reward in the game, and I don't know why that is, considering it's essentially the same concept, but just applied to a talisman. and they're not even usually that good of an upgrade. So what's going on here?
Yeah, I don't know. I am more than happy to have a talisman that I am happy with and I like having it in my build, and then to either find the upgraded version or to make the upgraded version and be like, yeah, man, I am growing my power in very tangible ways that I understand and have achieved either through the difficulty of finding it or through the difficulty of gathering the materials to upgrade it. Like, I loved that system in Cinders. It is super useful, super intuitive. It's great. And as they sort of refined how easy it was to find the upgrade bits for those, that, really pushed how important those upgrades were and how much of a difference they made for you in gameplay over the base form of it.
I could
Like,
see something in Elden Ring working. Like, we have the +1 and +2 versions of like different talismans, and we scatter them throughout the world. But maybe I wonder, could we introduce a system where you could craft a +3 version of a talisman through finding some kind of through finding some kind of thing, and the +2 and the other versions of the talisman itself.
I don't see why not. I don't, like, I think the possibilities are open. You know, an upgrading talisman system has been done before, so we know it's possible.
Hmm.
We just have to figure out how to do it. And
I'm
then we can combine that with finding the upgraded versions elsewhere. And maybe you have to have all three of the versions of it in order to get the final upgrade version.
Oh yeah,
It's like I have to
I'm
have
reminded of
Erdtree's Favor 1 and 2 and the base.
Vampire Survivors for some reason here, because if I remember correctly, there was one final upgrade you can get off of that. So I don't know if you played Vampire Survivors or not, but
Nope.
I've seen quite a lot. So Vampire Survivors is an it's an interesting game. I don't know exactly how I would describe it through a genre, but it's like a wave shooter, except the enemies are just constantly approaching, and the more enemies you kill, it's like kind of like a cookie clicker game mixed with a wave shooter. So the more enemies you kill, like the more experience you get, and you get wards and stuff, and you increase your weaponry and all that. It's surprisingly really fun
Hmm.
and has a lot going for it. But the way you upgrade your weapons, and specifically the final upgrades of a few of them, mix together your other weapons that you've upgraded into like one final version, can combining the two of them. If that makes sense. So like if you had a ring around you combined with um something that shoots lasers, then you would get rings that shoot lasers or something like that. And that's all to say that I wonder if we could do something where we can make like final talismans that combine others.
Yeah, I don't see why not.
The only reason I could see this, or not, maybe not the only reason, but one reason I could see this not working as well is due to like the talisman system of introducing choices that you have to choose which talisman you want. So if we combine two into one, it's kind of removing that earlier choice if they know that they're going to be able to find this later.
Yeah, well, I mean, doing that, like, having the essentially crafted talisman, you know, branching off of the crafting system in this game, potentially, um,
Hmm.
having it so that they are fully aware of what talismans it costs and what benefit they're going to get out of it. Like, I can see that being a really interesting risk reward type thing. It's like, oh, it will cost me all of these. Um, it will cost me Erdtree's Favor plus the Arsenal Charm in order to make Erdtree's Favor +3 or whatever. I think that would be a really interesting thing, and so you would only make the ones that you really want in your build.
Hmm.
and I like that gives importance to choices, and I am all for that.
I
So I
could see this
definitely
being
like that
attributed
idea.
in some respect to the later area of the game, like especially mountaintop. So imagine something like this. You would find the base versions of talismans in like Limgrave and around Caelid. You get the +1 versions normally around Liurnia, and the +2 in Gelmir and Altus Plateau.
I mean, I just got Erdtree +1 in the sewers in Landell.
Yeah. So
So that's a pretty far distance from the first one that you can
the
get
other.
in Limgrave.
Yeah. So I'm thinking if we spread them out like that, where we have the base versions early game, +1 versions around Liurnia maybe, and the +2 the areas beyond that, capping off at the path to mountaintops. And then around mountaintops, you get the ability to craft these together into these mega talismans,
Yeah, I like that
depending
idea.
on which ones you found earlier. So, and you would get the materials for that, like maybe extraneous materials around mountaintops. So
Potentially,
now
yeah.
instead of like being focused on smithing stones, you're now focused on more so on being able to reinforce your talisman slots or the talismans you have.
Yep, yep. I like that a lot. Um,
Because I feel like in most respects, it's very it's very likely that you're not looking for smithing stones around the time you get to mountaintops.
Probably not. At
Or
most,
at
you're
the
looking
very
for
least,
the
you're
ancient
not.
dragon
Oh yeah, there's just
ones.
the ones there that you find in like way late game areas.
Yeah, you're looking for ways to finish it off. And granted, we
Yeah,
can totally rebalance the distribution, and probably will rebalance the distribution of smithing stones and how that works.
I'd
And
prefer smithing stones be able to be found earlier
yeah,
in general.
especially because of the way that the weapons do not scale off of your stats
Yeah,
at lower levels of, which again is something we can rebalance. But yeah, upgrades are far more important in the early game.
I'd be fine with keeping it if we centralized the smithing stones in that first two-ish thirds of the game.
Yeah,
Capping off around Altus.
yeah, and then the way to increase your players' damage output and strength is by, upgrading your stats and by crafting these heavily upgraded um, talismans.
Talismans. Yeah.
Yeah,
That
yeah, I
feels
like that a lot.
at least it feels more like a natural progression seeing instead of being burned out on smithing stones by the time you get past Landell. You're like, okay, well,
Yes,
another tier of these. I don't
I
have
think
enough of these. Oh God.
I think that would also work well with Hugh specifically, because in playthroughs like the one that's on the screen now,
Yeah.
I went through and upgraded like a bunch of different weapons. I tried out a whole bunch of things, um, just trying to like round out my experience with some of the weapon types and how useful they are or are not. And I did not have a +24 or +25 weapon by the time I got to the final boss. And by that point, he sort of expects you to. Like, his
Hmm.
storyline is that you've already made it, and now he's saying, like, you
I've
did it.
crafted a weapon to kill a god.
Yeah, go kill the god so that I can finally die in peace. It's like, that would be a lot more fitting in the situation. Granted, I'm not the average player, and most people will probably have narrowed down to one or two weapons that they will
Yeah.
fully take to the end game. Um, but yeah, having the stones available earlier in the game gives the player a much more tangible way of feeling their upgrade in power, um, and it will line up better with Hugh's storyline
Hmm.
and the timing of it.
The pacing of it also feels better since you get that climax of the game around Langdale
Yeah,
with the Morgoth fight, and past that, you're just really ascending past the mortal instruments that you've been given. Like
pretty
you're
much. Yeah,
crafting your own uh new legend and your own. I could totally see these the descriptions for these ascended talismans being more geared towards the player.
yeah,
Because I really like the idea just in general, and we've also been talking about this with the roundtable hold of like by this point in the game, with the player killing Morgoth and now searching for a way to burn the fucking tree to the ground, you're in your own way becoming a hero legend, pretty much.
yeah. You are
And I
in
want to
in
reinforce.
a much more tangible way than it has been in previous games, where
Yeah,
the focus has been on continuing or not the cycle of the world, and you're just one of the uncountable who have done this since Gwyn. Like in this, surely this has happened before. We know that from the Crucible stuff. Like there have
yeah.
been other great trees, but like there are people alive and sane in the world right now, and your choices should have a huge effect on them.
Hmm.
And you just kind of feel like they don't.
Yeah.
At least I felt that way. I won't speak for everybody, but
Like I want the point in the game past Morgoth because if you think about it, that's pretty much the point in the game where you'd fight Gurman in Bloodborne, you know?
yeah, that is
Like
solidly into endgame.
that is the player's journey from you getting good to having got good, and now it's their legend that they're building to kill a god
Yes, I
and
have
like surprising everyone by doing this.
I have done the journey. I am now strong. I am going like where is my list of gods? I'm going to start murdering them.
Hmm.
You've gone through the trials and tribulations to become this powerful. Now it's time to go.
So, and I think that especially with the round table thing and now the talismans, like having them be able to like focus on the player and maybe like the one oh fuck oh no oh god oh shit he died.
I love that section as you're going down this thing. Like the platforming I'm very meh on, but the feeling of that area is so intense as you're seeing
Oh, it
all of
is
these corpses and stepping over
like
them.
your palms are sweating. You're like holy fuck oh god.
Yeah, you can ask Jenna. She was there when I first went through this area. It was what a feeling of going through this and finding the people playing their little violins and stuff. It's like, oh
Oh yeah,
man, more of
game is
this, please.
so good at atmosphere. What the hell? Like
Yeah,
this is one of those like other natural extension kind of caves, like similar to the runestone precipice, and like, you don't expect this, and all of a sudden there's something here.
yeah, it
And
is.
it looks insane, and you're like, "What the fuck? Why are all these people like doused in madness?" Pretty much.
Yeah,
It's really nice. So, right. Anyway, like I want the descriptions for these ascended talismans, and of course, this is a push away from standard Souls fare. So maybe it has, maybe it'll uh have some
when it
naysayers
comes
to
to
it. But
descriptions, stepping away from typical Souls fare is good.
yeah,
Their descriptions suck.
like I really like the idea of like I suppose Patches is still writing these out. He's a really good scripter, man. I really like the idea of whoever is writing these out to like in a way congratulate the player and like write out their legend depending on what they've done in the game. Like I know that can't be depending on what they've done can't really be accomplished, but like outlining what the player has done and the legends they've already been through in a way.
Yeah,
Like
so
less
it
on the
could be
past and more
done
on the
if
less on the
like
past and more the previous present, I
yeah,
guess.
if the recipes for the grand talismans are linked to accomplishments that the player has made
Oh,
throughout
oh,
the
you're
game,
right. Oh, you're
then
right.
you can be certain the fact that you've
That they
crafted this says like you have accomplished this.
this, yeah, okay.
You have taken the place, the strength befits a crown thing. You have earned the crown by showing your strength.
Hmm.
So we could do it that way. It would be a sort of rougher way to do it than I think either of us would like, but there's certainly potential there. And I
It's
like
certainly
that
not like
idea of focusing more on the present rather than the past.
yeah,
Because this
like the
game,
player has done these things. There are people in the world who could write about this,
yes.
and I like the idea of like a sort of like time element being put into it. Like, oh crap, holy shit, I've actually become a part of the lore,
Yeah,
the lure.
the lure. That's something I feel like they missed out on with Corin's whole thing. I think that's how you say his name.
Yeah, I
Um,
think so.
I'm going to
Yeah,
say that. Corin the Scribe, like, his whole thing at first is I want to be the scribe and lore keeper and storyteller of what not Goldfinger, not James Bond, Gold Mask is saying. And there could have been so much more done with that. Like he gradually learns several incantations as he goes through. You could have put more about Gold Mask in those descriptions of those incantations because he's learning them from him.
oh yeah.
Those are the scribe notes of what he is learning from Gold
I could
Mask.
totally imagine like following Corhin's questline, or I guess we'll differentiate it by saying the scribe questline. That following Corhin's
Scorin.
scribe questline
He
would
do be
allow the
scoring.
player to craft these talismans, and that's how they get into it by endgame.
Potentially. I
And so what is it like I can't remember words. The Holy shit, it's on the tip of my tongue, but I can't remember it. Implication. I think the implication would be that Corrin wrote them after
yeah.
learning of the player's deeds. Like you would tell him that you beat the fuck up out of Rykard using the serpent under spear. He's like, "Holy shit, this mad, bro. I gotta write
Yeah.
this down."
Having some sort of character in the world who's like a bard essentially
Hmm.
and like taking note of significant events that happen in the world. Like absolutely that would be great.
I could see this being attributed to Corrin or maybe another NPC if mixing unvoiced lines with voiced lines might be a no-go.
Yeah. And we can see how we feel about it and how other people feel about it. But I definitely like the idea of that being attributed to Korn because that would ingratiate him to the player and make the player actually give a shit about him more than
Oh
current.
yeah.
Because currently he
He's not
just
just a homeless man. He's our homeless man.
yeah, and currently I think the general feeling of the community on him is like, oh, he's just a religious nutball, which he is, but
Yeah. He
like
could be a
there's
religious nutball with heart.
yeah, there's more to it than just that. So I don't know.
And I
There's
do like the idea of like of course a character you met in the world actually writing about you, like imprinting your name in history.
yeah,
Because I feel like that's a big theme of Elden Ring in general, at least the lore and character dialogue itself would imply. As I've said before, it's very much about fantastical legends, and you're actually a part of them this time.
I wonder if we can, and this is a real tism hours right now. Is it possible to have descriptions on items actually actively pull the game's information to find what the player's name is and insert that information? Because you have to account for the fact that the player's
Ooh,
name can change at any
yeah.
time.
Don't worry, they're non-binary. We can just refer to them as the they. It'll work.
Indeed, but like
If we
it would be
could,
really impactful to have the player's name show up in the description of an incantation or a sorcery or
ah,
a
yes,
talisman.
but Liquor 69's greatest achievements.
Yeah,
Defeating Rhaegar, the Lord of Blasphemy.
yeah, there's something to that. And
I didn't
I
know she was that good.
wonder if that's even possible, if like the descriptions can be dynamic or not.
I doubt. I'm gonna say I'll doubt it for now. But if it is possible, then incorporating the player's name would both be hilarious and also, I think, very endearing.
Yes, I
A bit on the
definitely.
nose, maybe, and it's kind of weird because in this game I feel like it fits a lot more. But I always remember being very um and not to, not disingenuous, but kind of turned away from Dark Souls 2's story, in that it kind of emphasizes this in a way. There,
Yeah, Dark Souls
I
2
think
definitely emphasizes the choice of the player.
it's the only intro in the Souls game that uses the word "you" outright, or in the Souls genre that, or not the Souls genre,
It might
Souls
be.
trilogy, that uses the word "you" outright to refer to the player multiple times. And
Yeah,
I
there's a
remember
lot wrong with the intro in Dark
not
Souls
liking
2
that in
though.
terms of its story, that it and like how it connects to Dark Souls as a whole. I like the idea, of course, and I think that's why I like it here in Elden Ring. But I
Yes.
don't know. Maybe I'm just a two timing, double crossing, what's the double standardizing idiot. Who knows?
You just hate Dark Souls 2.
No, no. I do like Dark Souls 2. I feel bad for it.
Yeah. Yeah, the strongest feeling I have for that game other than hate is sympathy and pity. It's like, oh, you poor thing. You had such potential, and you were done so dirty. It's a shame that they released you in the state that they did.
And then re-released two even worse. Oh,
Yeah. Scholar of the First Sin is bad. It's just bad. It's bad.
even worse. That's going to be a lot of people's first and only experience with that game,
It was certainly mine.
and mine. Okay.
That's, that's, you know. Well, no, that's
Equal
not true.
suffering
I
in this
experienced the
dream.
game before Scholar of the First Sin, um, but I did not own it. So the first
Yeah.
time that I owned the game and had the ability to really go through with the
Scholar.
level of detail that my brain likes to was with Scholar, and
Ah,
the
yeah.
game does not hold up well.
Okay. So, yeah, for some reason I like this theming a lot more in Elden Ring compared to Dark Souls 2. Maybe because it had the ability to be fleshed out more, and in its own way still carries Dark Souls elements, but because of its freedom as a new IP with a new, more generalized story of its own right, I think it works
Yeah,
better.
I agree.
It's
Dark
not
Souls
tied to being
is
the sequel to Dark Souls 1, is what I'm saying.
yeah, and the theming in the universe of Dark Souls is all around that cyclical nature that Gwyn started and like
Yeah.
cursed the universe with. That is a huge part of Dark Souls and the whole thing around it. And so the world and the characters have to kind of reflect that as well as the item descriptions.
Hmm.
But that's not necessarily the case with Elden Ring. You have significant evidence of like past civilizations and whatever that have existed, but
There's
that doesn't
obviously been
mean
significant change in the world, but
yeah,
it hasn't necessarily been for the worse. Like, we have no evidence to suggest that the Age of Dragons or the Age of the Crucible was worse.
yeah,
It's more about like change. Like the world keeps changing and less about stagnation cycles.
yes. And there's I don't know, like evidence to suggest that even mending the Elden Ring and trying to recombine it like will cause significant change.
Hmm.
There's
Like
the
it's not necessarily a bad thing that they're actually going through the main game this time. Though
yeah,
of course there is evidence that like Ronnie's ending might be better, or I don't know,
yeah.
Gold Mass ending it could be better.
Certainly as someone more in favor of personal freedoms, I like Ronnie's ending because it allows for the biggest amount of change to the world in a way that could potentially be really good for everybody. But, there's also the significant amount of change that comes with the Frenzied Flame ending.
Oh yeah.
Um, but yeah, it's interesting, and the player's choice feels much more important in this one. Like,
I've also digressed to say that it's the reason why I don't think Elden Ring would work if titled as Dark Souls 4. Like
no,
certainly mechanically it's very similar.
yeah,
Obviously. It shares a lot of enemies, movements, that kind of thing. But I don't think it would work as like a straight up sequel. It wouldn't make sense
no.
ordered the way it
Thematically, it
does.
does not fit within the Dark Souls universe at all, and that feels like
Because
a very intentional deviation from
yeah.
FromSoft. It's like clearly they wanted to move away from the Dark Souls universe. They're done with it, and I'm fine with that because personally, I'm satisfied with it. The story is
Mhm.
told. It's done. That's okay.
I,
It's
I couldn't
there.
ask for a better ending than Slave Knight Gale.
Agreed.
Maybe
Totally
not
agreed.
maybe not the music bit, but like the ending itself as presented in Dark Souls 3 with Gale is exactly what the Souls series and ends with. I legitimately could not even fan write something any better than what Gale does for that series.
Yeah. I
It's frankly
I'm
ridiculous just how well it ties things together despite being so out of left field.
yeah, that's fair. I am definitely satisfied with the ending of that story. I was satisfied with the ending of it in Dark Souls 1. I was less satisfied in Dark Souls 2, but that's a whole other thing that we won't get
Yeah.
into. And then
That's not
Dark Souls
necessarily
3,
Dark Souls 2 fault, Dark Souls 2's fault on its own.
yeah. Yeah, there's
But
there's a lot more problems that aren't necessarily the fault of the game or any of its specific choices story-wise.
yeah.
Like it's yeah. Dark Souls 3 I think ends it well enough even without the DLC, but with the DLC and with Gale's storyline, like that is the best culmination of that story.
Yeah.
That is the best closing of the book on that universe.
Like that's
And
stuff that I would like. And even more digression. Okay, modding is great. Personally, I like modding a lot. I think it introduces a lot of opportunities for players to find their own arrangement of a game that they personally enjoy or even find most fun. Play with others, what have you, whatever it about modding
oh yeah.
is most fun for you. But I I do strictly believe that something like Gale's storyline could only ever have been done by FromSoft, and that is like the strength of being the developer on a series is that you have the ability to do something like that.
I don't know if I'll expressly agree with that. Like, I think the strength of being the developer is that you can make it canon. I think that
It does
is
make me
the
wonder, like,
biggest
if Gale's
power.
storyline was like done as is by against any logic, like it was done as is by a modding group for Dark Souls 3 as the ending.
Then I would want them to write the next game.
Like, no, I do wonder, would that have been received as well as FromSoft's version version?
um, I think categorically no, because mods are limited in scope of the audience.
Yeah.
Even if like the DLC essentially was a mod pack that was added to the game by modders,
Hmm.
then it would not have as wide of knowledge or appeal just because modding is so limited to basically only PC players, and not even a significant portion of those. Well, significant. It is significant, as seamless co-op has showed us, because apparently,
Yes. 70,000 downloads through 2.5 days.
yes, and
Like,
apparently
obviously, you can
some
have a
people feel
far-reaching
that
audience, but would the
vanilla.
reception to it have been about as positive as Gale's
Um,
ending is now?
I think they would be about as positive, because I think, you know, engaging writing will always garner the audience. Like, some people still really like The Last Jedi. It is certainly an interesting direction to take the overall story and certain characters and whatever. So I think the amount of people that like it and dislike it proportionally would not
Be about the
change.
same.
Yeah.
Mm.
It would just be the
Combo.
categorical, objective, whatever measure of the number of people that has increased because it is something made by the developers.
Yeah.
So I think that's where I quibble, because certainly I am in the favor of fan made content and the fact that many times it can be better than the original. You can
I
have
do
a
agree.
4-year-old write the Game of Thrones last season and it would be better. There is a significant amount of
And
fan
then a
fiction that
giant
functions.
dragon came out and killed everybody. And turns
Yeah,
out it was actually way better.
I can guarantee you, it's the same thing with, like, would I, in a hypothetical, would I want literally anyone? I'm gonna pull some rando off the street and tell them, you need to write, the
Oh,
last season of Game of Thrones. You need to write episode 8 of Star Wars. I guarantee you it would be better. Like, I am absolutely willing to roll that dice. I am totally down for that. Give somebody else a chance. Let there be somebody else's vision. So I'm not going to say that the developers are the only people who could have made that as impactful as it was. Because fan created stuff and fan fiction can be as good or better. It is all about execution.
hmm
And there are certainly aspects of the Ringed City DLC that were not executed well.
Ah, the city.
Yeah, the limited scope of the city, which in Dark Souls 1 I wouldn't have been against. Like, and Orlando is fairly limited in the scope of what you're going through it on. But
I.
you generally get the feeling I
Oh,
am
you're in a big city.
sneaking
Yeah.
through the city and breaking into this place because I am not necessarily welcome here. And so it's fine that you don't get to explore the big, grandiose amount of the city.
I definitely know some modded releases that are better in all respects than the original game was.
Oh, yeah. Like, I
I
consider
think Black
Cinders to be
Mesa.
the definitive version of Dark Souls 3.
uh, I think Black Mesa is definitely one of those. I would say I haven't played the original Half-Life, and so I couldn't give a one-to-one comparison of like all it seemed to gameplay mechanics and every single possible thing, and whether or
You
not
haven't played Half-Life 1?
I have not played Half-Life 1.
Motherfucker.
I have played Half-Life 2 and its episodes, and Half-Life 3. Don't worry, I have an uncle who works at Valve, and I have played partly through Black Mesa, but I haven't played the full thing. But from what I've known, what I've seen, I could definitely consider it to be, and from the reception, of course, to it, I could definitely consider it to be like a complete upgrade in all respects to the original,
Yeah.
especially for Zen.
Yeah. Yep.
And there's definitely instances like that in a lot of communities, I'm sure, where some fan project or uh a fam game
Fam
famicom what
game.
fam game
It's a game for the
uh,
fam.
fan game thing comes around and it's just categorically better than anything that was in the actual official stuff.
See
I'm
what's
sure,
caught.
like, and I'm sure a lot of Japanese community or Japanese game communities in particular have dealt with this, considering the absolute amount of
Mother series.
the absolute amount of stuff that goes on there.
Yeah,
Hey, look,
for
it's an
sure.
ant inside the trunk.
Yeah, there's an ant stuck in that branch.
I hope it gets out there and can live its life happily.
I don't. I hope it dies painfully.
Oh
These
boy,
ants creep me out, man. I'm not even bothered by bugs in real life, but for some reason these ginormous hairy ants are like,
the worst.
ugh, they get me. They give me the
Yeah, when
shimmy
I was
shakes.
going through this area and that other cave area where you're kind of trapped in this mine with them, and bye bye. Wow, that's pixels down there, isn't it?
Yeah.
So in this area and in another mine area, I was just terrified when I got across a giant bulbous one in the cave,
Yes.
and no, 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 get me right out of here.
Yep.
Get me right out of here.
It's
I
it's
somehow managed to get through it without
as
dying
silly as they
more than
are.
3 times.
They are still absolutely horrifying.
Oh yeah. Like I said, the creature designs in this game are outstandingly horrifying. I don't know
Yes.
how they keep improving on the basilisk, but those eyes in this iteration are not happy or fun or exciting or anything good in the world.
No. No. Certainly not.
Like I thought they reached the peak of creepy on basilisk. I think around Dark Souls 1, but no, no, I was wrong.
Oh yeah. No. Definitely not.
God.
And the diversity of designs that they have in this game is really good.
For the diversity that there is. Man, this game needs some more niche enemies.
It does.
DLC, come on, come on, come on now.
You know it'll
So,
happen.
oh yeah, 12 million copies sold or something. How many copies? How many copies has Elden Ring sold?
A lot. A fucking
Um,
lot.
it's from May 13th. Total investors of the game had sold 13.4 million units, adding another 1.4 million copies to the 12 million it boasted by mid-March.
Dang.
Oh boy.
That is a lot. That is orders of magnitude greater than the amount sold of basically all
Dark
of the
Souls.
other games by FromSoft.
Yeah. And that's still insane to me. I suppose we're still digressing here, but I'm fine with heading off of like mechanical design topics for a bit to talk about the game in general.
Yeah.
The fact that it sold so many copies is just like so staggering to me.
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly sure why. Like, of course, a lot of people were talking about it in the Grander Souls community for ages since it was announced,
The
and a
hype
lot of
train
people were
has
excited.
been
I
working
know,
for a while.
God, none of this,
Yeah,
none of this,
this
please.
this cave is awful, and
Nightmares. Okay.
I would really, as a side note again, this is an area that has potential.
Hmm.
Like having the ants drop down from the ceiling is really like viscerally creepy. Even
Yep.
just thinking about it, it's like making me shiver a little bit. Um, which I love. Like the fact that they can manage to get that reaction out of me
Oh yeah.
is great. But this area is just so not engaging as a like encounter. It's just it's not great.
I'd
It's
definitely
really
love to be
creepy.
able to up the creep factor through how they're placed around the map,
Yes.
if at all possible. Like, of course, I will always applaud any design that can get across being viscerally creepy,
Yeah.
especially if it's like outright not even particularly shocking.
Yeah. For sure.
Like
But
these are really just ants. They're just big ants.
yeah, it's something
And
that you are entirely familiar with in your real life.
mhm. But something about I hate them. I hate them a lot.
Yeah, I agree. And this cave specifically is very boring as an encounter because
It's
of what
just
I'm
the whole
about to
bunch.
do.
Uh,
Is I'm just gonna throw fire pots at the ants and kill like most of them before I even drop down.
yeah.
And I don't know, the fact that the player can do that, I guess, is good, but it's also like, man, we are sacrificing what could be a really interesting encounter of like, you know, sneaking your way into the hive of a bunch of giant ants. That should be
I
altogether more of a.
no, I never saw this part. Why there's so many?
Oh, you haven't been here?
No, I haven't been in this specific cave.
Oh, yeah.
I
This is
definitely
where you
didn't know
get
there was.
Elden stars.
Oh, yep. I haven't. I hadn't done that. This is
Yeah,
the worst.
you have to go through all of this in order to get it, which I'm certainly up for
If
making
Elden Stars wasn't fucking shit,
true.
yeah, this
That's
is the
that's a
worst.
that's a separate thing that we'll fix and deal with at some point.
Oh yeah, that's a spell buff. That's fine. Whatever.
Yeah, but
Oh God.
yeah, just all of these ants, and it's a
Wanna know
shame
what I
that
want? Wanna know what I want? I want tiny ants. I want tiny, really fast ants that when you kill the big bulbous ones, just spray out in all directions.
dude, what if we could do that? That was my
I mean,
first fear when I came across one of those bulbous ones initially. I was like, oh
I want
god, if
I
I
want to
kill
make that
this thing, it's going to explode in a whole bunch of them.
because like think about it. Those we could just scale down those regular ants, right?
Yeah, we should be able
Up
to.
their movement speed a whole bunch. Add a whole lot of them to spawn
Yeah, we'll
when
have to adjust the hitbox size because adjusting the
oh yeah,
size of the
for
thing
sure.
doesn't do that. But yeah, no, I think we can totally do that.
I think that
And
would be
then
more simple than not, especially once we can get a hang of scaling.
yeah,
And then we can induce nightmare fuel.
that would be really really great, honestly.
I could
And
see
it would
something
mean
like that,
the
that specific enemy having a way to kill it so that you don't burst the bubble.
oh yeah,
But so like, but if you threw AoE down there, it would burst the bubble and you would be forced to contend with waking nightmares for the rest of your life.
yeah, pretty much. Um, yeah, there's a lot of potential there, and I am almost sad that I didn't get what I initially thought was going to happen the first time that I came across one and popped it, and I didn't get swarmed with a bunch of stuff. It's there's something they could do, and they had that in Dark Souls 1. If you kill the
Oh yeah,
egg dudes, then you get a bunch of
leech things that come out,
yeah, and they're
and
like
that was
hard to
never
kill
nice.
because of how small they are, and they do
Yeah,
hella damage for some reason.
big ant, cool. But what if you had slightly smaller ant, but there were a lot of them and they moved at speeds equivalent to a train?
Pretty much. Pretty much.
I wonder if basilisks could be technically,
Resized.
yeah, because I
Can we make a
wondered how
giant
creepy it might
basilisk?
be if they were giant.
Yeah. We could do that and then like replace all of the enemies in a certain area with just those.
Can you imagine heading down to a cave and seeing giant basilisks and just turning around? Now, fuck this.
Yeah, I would nope the fuck out of there. On top of the fact that I just hate engaging with basilisks in this game because their health is like way too high.
Oh yeah. See, they need to be, they need to be, they should force nightmares visually, but they shouldn't force nightmares mechanically.
Yeah, or they should force mechanical nightmares like well. The only
Yeah.
danger that basilisks pose is if you can't kill them fast enough, they will gas you out and eventually kill you no matter where you are.
Mm-hmm.
Because death ticks up like way faster than anything else.
Oh yeah. Elden Stars. Oh boy. So, right. So this game has sold a lot of copies, and at least from what I've read, the general reception is entirely positive.
Oh yeah, the initial reception was just overwhelmingly positive in
And
like an almost
it,
facetious and annoying way.
yeah, It's
Like
weird
everybody was
because
giving this 10 out of 10 at the start, and it's like, come on.
yeah, I'll disengage from reviews for a second, like official reviews and all that, because 10 out of 10, whatever. But I'm gonna speak as much as I can to like the general casual reception and say that it's still like surprisingly positive to me. Like,
Yeah.
of course, I have information bias and like group bias from where I get my information and like where I see people talk about this game and like modding servers and stuff who are like deeply ingrained with this whole series and
Oh
their
yeah.
idea of it. It's like, of course, we are indeed biased in these mechanics just as much as FromSoft is, I would say,
Yep.
just in our own way. And of course, that means we feel superior. But anyway,
They're
uh,
my
I,
opinions.
in my opinion, ants are creepy. Thanks, FromSoft.
Yeah.
So yeah. Anyway, and as far as I can tell, the general casual reception to Elden Ring is entirely positive. Like almost in a way annoyingly so, because because I'm sure the reasoning for that can be probably deduced easily. But then again, I can't say for certain, so it's a bit of a it's an awkward thing to bring up because I can't even be sure of like this idea I have of how other people have been responding to it.
Yeah. I don't know.
Like,
It's
you know what? Let
Elden
me
Ring
let
is
me
in a very
actually.
interesting position in the zeitgeist of current culture. I have
It
been
is.
asked and been commented on, like texting people on Snapchat or whatever, just taking a picture while I'm playing, and they're like, "Oh, are you playing Elden Ring?" And I'm like, "You've never touched a video game in your life. How do you know what this is?" Like, I
Yeah,
could show you
it
Dark
is.
Souls, and you'd be like, "What that?"
I got so I got how do I gotta sort this. I'm trying to sort this. Okay, so most helpful by 3 months. So I'm just gonna browse through the reviews here on just on Steam, which I think is the closest approximation to like casual experience that I can get off the just reading a list.
Probably right now. Yeah, that would be the way to go.
Yeah. So I'll just check these for a second. Oh, hey, look, recommended 400 hours. You can hug a woman.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'd write a more in-depth review, but I'm too busy playing Elden Ring.
Yeah.
You don't lose when you die. You lose when you quit. I didn't get better at the game. I've gotten good.
Yeah.
I'm also trying to keep a look at the hours people have played on their reviews because obviously that can be a huge indicator, or not like a huge indicator, but an average indicator on where they are generally in the game.
Oh yeah.
Like if they have 40 hours, you can be relatively sure they haven't made it past Lane Dell, unless they're
Yeah.
just a fucking god.
My only exception to that would be like people who are playing it on multiple things. It's like I have it on PC and I have it on PlayStation 5 or whatever. But
Oh, true.
like
Yeah, yeah.
that is such an insignificant amount of the population. It's almost not worth thinking about.
That sounded like a little bit Scottish there for a second.
I was going more Canadian, but I'll take Scottish.
One review just says bring Bloodborne to PC. Recommended 200 hours on record. That's
uh
dedication.
yes. Yes.
Play this if you also enjoy getting your balls crushed by hydraulic press. You know, those basketballs. Liar ahead, hidden path ahead. Could this be an item? Try finger butthole.
Oh yes.
Oh, wonderful.
It is.
There's a bigger review here, uh, like on actual like strength and weaknesses with subtitles and paragraphs and all of that.
Oh wow.
So I go through the TLDR. Elden Ring, while imperfect, is the best implementation of an open world action RPG that I've ever played. I
I
wonder if they
don't
have
know that I
Dragon's
would even.
Dogma in their library.
Oh,
Do you have Dragon's
good.
Dogma in your library? $1.11. You have 1,000 games.
Yeah, I do have Dragon's Dogma. I have Dragon's Dogma and I have Dragon
The fact that
Age
you could like just go to someone's profile and see
Origin.
like the actual games that they have. For instance, they have 3,000. They have over 5,000 hours across Skyrim and Skyrim Special Edition, or
Wow.
3,000 hours in Skyrim and 1,600 in Special Edition.
I I will definitely say that they have experience with some form of open world RPG then.
They do have 500-ish hours in Monster Hunter World,
All right.
400 hours in Fallout 4, 300 hours in Grand Theft Auto 5, 350 in Mountain Blade Warband, 300 hours in Divinity Original Sin 2,
Oh, what a game.
Mountain Blade 2 Bannerlord 200 hours. Looks like around 150 hours on Dark Souls 3 and Dark Souls 2 Scholar. 100 hours on Prepare to Die, 100 hours on New Vegas, 105 hours on the original Divinity, original Sin Enhanced Edition, 102 hours on Valheim, 74 hours on Hades. Now that's cultured. 60 hours on
Hmm.
Yakuza 0.
Oh, we love Yakuza 0.
I'm not seeing Dragon's Dogma here.
Unfortunate, but it does sound
Indeed.
like they're fairly experienced with and have a preference for open world games
It would
with
appear so.
RPG
There's a lot of other
aspects
games
in
here
it.
with like 500 to 1,000 hours that I just didn't mention. Like for some reason, WWE 2018.
Hey, a lot of people like those games, and I will never understand it, but more power to them.
Indeed.
Yeah,
Content
so
may
I'm
not be
I'm
appropriate for all audiences. What is this?
I'm willing
Uh,
to accept this person's word that they really haven't like experienced a open world RPG as well done as Elden Ring. I would say that there are relatively few that do it as well as Elden Ring does. Um,
Mainly based on code's recommendation, I will say something like Dragon's Dogma would be
Dragon's Dogma is an absolute standout.
yes. And it's a shame that more people don't know about it from what I've heard. I need to play it more, especially for inspiration for going into Elden Ring,
Yeah,
this project. And there are some other ones I could swear. Seem over. Witcher 3 is not a game I would praise for its world. It's more for its writing.
yeah.
It's
I would
it's certainly a more linear
praise.
game than it lets on.
I would praise the world of Witcher 3 in the world building and writing aspect rather
Yes.
than the gameplay aspect.
Hmm.
That game
So I'm
has a
actually gonna read.
lot to offer.
I'm gonna read through the longer reviews. I feel like they have something interesting to provide because I think that's good food for a conversation.
All right.
That that's very nice.
I will
Elden
probably
Ring is
interrupt you
basically
frequently.
Dark Souls 4 or Dark Souls, but now you can sneak, jump, and ride a steed around the open world area. You start by creating a character and choosing a class to determine your starting gear and stats. Example, astrologer to be a spellcasting sorcerer, or samurai to be a katana-wielding dex melee build. You progress through the game by traveling around the map and finding items/gear to upgrade your equipment setup and defeating enemies to gain runes that you can spend to level up or buy items from shops. Let me actually skip ahead a bit here. Graphics and performance, story. Yeah, the strength and weaknesses section. Let's go through that. Strengths. Combat feels the best it has ever been for Souls games. Sneak attacks, jump attacks, ashes of war, NPC summons, mounting combat, guard counters, power staging, everything else feels very, very good.
Yeah, I would mainly agree with that.
Yeah. On the whole, mechanically, it is very solid. In the same way that Dark Souls is like a very solid melee-based game, and it was
Yeah.
surprising at the time for that. Elden Ring, I think, definitely continues the feeling
Yeah.
of
Like
melee
I think
combat. But
Neo
I think the
2
balance.
probably has the best of this type of combat and the most like depth to it, but
Mhm.
I certainly like the feel of Dark Souls and Elden Ring more.
Yes. I think it's mainly harmed in this respect by balance and the fact that like individual mechanics of like weapons classes and build types are underwhelming in comparison to like the general feeling at large.
Yes,
Like when you hit
absolutely.
something, it feels like you hit. When you roll, you know you're evading. When you get the um the guard counter, that feels really good too. But it's
It
often like in
does.
the individual mechanics and balancing of these things where it falls short of feeling really good. It feels good like a basic like feedback level, I'll say.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
Yeah. Touching more on Ashes of War, they basically allow you to add and remove later a unique skill to most non-unique weapons in the game. They also allow you to change the scaling of a weapon to a different one of your choice if you also have the right whetstone. So you can make a weapon scale with interfaith even if it originally didn't. Now, scaling is actually very interesting to me because it's for two reasons. One, it's tied to Ashes of War, and I don't like that. And two, it feels a bit almost too freeing while also being too restrictive, if that makes sense for the prior reason.
Interesting.
Like
I'm
you need to change the Astrovore somehow in order to change the scaling. But you can basically make any weapon conform to any scaling,
yeah.
which hampers, I think, the individuality of a class and a weapon type for a class. Though
I'm
I
I'm
don't know.
intrigued that you feel that way because I actually find the Ash of War system to be like better than the old infusion system. I like that some of the, well, not necessarily because you can add scaling and that type of damage to anything that isn't an elemental based um, attack. Ash of War, like all of
Mhm.
the ones that are heavy, keen, and quality, you can use those as the base and then get the damage type and the scaling that you want, provided you have the right knife. I like that. And I like that you can't have the lightning bolt Ash of War that also does cold damage.
Or
You know,
bleed, I would say. Huh?
yeah, like there's for me, and in what I find to be intuitive, there's the right amount of limitations to that system. My biggest problem with it is that the game highly incentivizes you to engage with multi-classing and using physical and elemental damage types, but then punishes you by not letting you use grease in the base game.
Yeah. Hmm.
And certainly most large-scale mods have already gone through and fixed that.
So like one thing I would prefer out of the system is being able to change the infusion while keeping the Astrovore you currently have. Like, of course, geared to like the type of the weapon art, so that you don't get bleed on magic, I would say. But you can
Yeah,
change the individual scaling, like for like a physical or to give it maybe not an extra effect, but definitely for physical, I would say.
um, describe that a bit more, because what, like, my brain understood that you said is I want to be able to change the thing on this specific Ash of War, and you can do that currently with the system as it exists. So I'm clearly misunderstanding. I want to know more.
Okay, so like say you have the Ruins Greatsword and you want to change the infusion on it to melee or not melee, but like heavy or something, but keep the current Astrovore that it has. You can't do that because you need to change the Astrovore in order to change the infusion. You can change it to one that you already have in your inventory, like maybe if you have a duplicate, but you cannot keep your current one and
I
also
Okay.
change the infusion.
So is that a problem specifically with like special weapons? It's a shame that this recording is so botched at this
Oh yeah.
bit. It is very unfortunate.
I wouldn't
Um,
say it's a problem like specifically with uniques, but I think it does affect a lot of weapons. Like for instance, the Black Flame Tornado on the Godskin Peeler.
yeah,
You get that Ash of War way later into the game, so you can't really change it if you want to keep it earlier in the game to just
yeah,
to like have different scaling or something.
yeah. Earlier in the game, because you have to find the that specific Ash of War. So that, I guess, brings a question then. Would it be better if we opened up every weapon so that you could change the Ash of War on it, and then we added in Ashes of War that correspond to the special weapons, so
I
that you
think that would
can
be the
equip?
best way, yeah, to circumvent its restrictions. I don't think there's a way that we'd be able to make it so that you can keep the Ash of War and change the infusion itself
Probably not. I mean,
with without like telling the game that you changed something
yeah,
about the Ash of War.
yeah, because the Ashes of War, I assume, function in the same way that the infusion system did in Dark Souls 3, where every infused version of that, the game treats as a separate item entirely.
Yes, yes, I
They're
believe it does.
they're
At least
wholly
from what
separate
I've
from
seen.
each other.
At least from what I've seen of the params, yeah.
Yeah. So,
It's a bit different to account for the like modularity, but yes.
yeah, so it shouldn't be any different on the game's end to have it so that you can change the scaling versus you can change the Ash of War and the scaling. So why not
Yeah.
just have both?
So like providing a duplicate or like providing the ability to make a duplicate of your current Ash of War on your weapon just
Yeah.
to be able to yeah do that because I don't think there's a way to make a duplicate from the Ash of War you have,
Not
especially if it's
if
a
it's like
unique.
on the weapon. Like we'll take the Black Flame Tornado. You
Yeah,
can't duplicate the Black Flame Tornado from the
just from
weapon
the weapon
itself.
itself, you need the Ash of War item
Yes.
in order to do
So
that. And I don't I don't like that. I would prefer that you could for some way be able to get the Ash of War off of your weapon in order
yes.
to change it.
And I in other games like The Witcher or Breath of the Wild or stuff like that, you could get that aspect of the weapon in return for destroying the weapon. But I don't think that
Mm,
would work well with the Souls games because, like, if you wanted Bloodhound's finesse, you would have to destroy the Bloodhound Fang,
yeah.
and I don't. Just the way that I play, I would not be willing to make that trade.
I wouldn't I would be fine even with like making having unique weapons still only be able to have their Ash of War if you could just change the scaling and stuff of it
Yeah,
and not being able to apply it to another weapon. Like that's the Ash of War you get. You can get the item of it and so on.
yes. Although there are certainly special weapons that I am heavily disappointed by their Ash of War, like the crystal swords. It's like, oh, you can do spin slash, the same move
Oh
you can do
wow.
with literally fucking anything.
So yeah, I think if
Yay!
any unique weapon that you cannot well that's a unique weapon part. A unique weapon can't change the Ash of War. Its Ash of War should be unique enough to warrant that.
Yeah, it should be,
Like,
and
I
even
don't
if
want
it's
fucking
spin
spin slash.
slash, it should like have some extra benefit or effect to it.
Yeah,
Like,
like not just vanilla spin slash. That
yeah,
shouldn't be a thing.
for the Scarlet Rot version of the Crystal Sword, right? It has
Yeah,
spin slash, but it spews out Scarlet Rot clouds for a second or two
that would be
when you
nice.
do it,
Woo.
and you have a like the amount of Scarlet Rot status buildup that it does during the spin slash doubles or something. That
Yeah,
way, it's actually useful, beneficial to you,
like my
other than
problems
just
with the
wow, what a waste.
Ash of War system would be like pretty much completely solved if you just change the scaling per the type of the Ash of War, even on unique weapons. So if we can manage that, then it's I don't know. Do you have any? Would you have any other problems with it?
I don't think so. That would certainly make special weapons a definitive class of weapon.
Yeah.
Because if you could change the Ash of War on them, then why not just make them regular weapons? You know,
Hmm.
just demote them back down to the same um, upgrade system,
Yeah.
and just get
Like,
rid of somber smithing stones entirely. Which I don't know. We could throw around the idea of doing that, but in the spirit of trying to maintain the special weapon class that they are, I think making it so that the Ash of War is the same, but you can change the scaling would be fine.
yeah.
I think that it might take away from the importance of those weapons, finding the weapon for your build. Like, you're going to take away from the importance of Moonveil, for instance, from an intelligence build. It's
In a
because,
way, I
oh, it can
also
just be
like.
useful for everybody.
In a way,
But,
I also like that because at the end of the day, if there's so many weapons in the game and most builds just are not going to be ours to find this specific one because it just isn't meta, then that's kind of a sad fact for me. As obviously there's these weapons with cool moves. I think you should be able to use them
yeah,
if you can make it work.
yeah. So it comes down to the what has to be your investment as a player to make it work.
Yeah.
And even if we did the changing the scaling, you could still have, well, this thing has these requirements. So even if it scales on faith, you need to have this much intelligence to use it. That doesn't
But
feel
yeah,
super
yeah, for
intuitive,
sure.
so I don't know about that, but like there's potentially something that we can do there. And I'm
Especially if we
certainly
include this with the idea of like the change level up thing that I mentioned,
yes.
like that whole multifaceted system. I think like weapon requirements and like stats building will be much more maybe not intuitive, but just like and like an actual gameplay system that feels like it has effect over just oh I need to bump this number up to this.
Yeah. It will
Like there's
be
choices to be made
actually
there.
important.
Hmm.
Making the choices matter.
Choices are nice and fun and cool in gameplay. So
Yes.
that's most of what I have on Ashes of War. I wish you could apply more than one to a weapon they could like swap between, but the game just couldn't support that, I think.
Probably not.
Yeah. Boss
I
encounters are exciting and challenging. If you feel underprepared, you can always tube back to the open world and look for missed locations and items to better prepare yourself. Also, feel free to use your ash summons whenever possible. It is a game mechanic after all.
Yeah.
Argument invalidated. Duo Crucible Knights exist.
Yeah. I uh should we talk about bosses then?
Let's talk about bosses. This is gonna be a whole can of worms. I'm all here for it. Why not?
All right, there's like only a handful of good bosses in the game and the rest are shit. That is my starting position on this topic. It's like,
And most of those are the just straight up the unique bosses.
yeah,
All nine of them.
yeah, like Godric, Melania, Malekith.
Godric
I
is
like
repeated.
Godric. I
Godric is
think,
repeated.
yeah, I
He's
don't
not
like that
unique.
he's repeated. We're
Yeah.
fixing that,
Oh
but
yeah.
like I think the fight is good, well
Yes. No. That
designed,
fight is fantastic.
but
That's such an exciting like intro fight. Not really an intro, but you know what I mean.
yeah. And I
Like
I like the Margit Morgott fights. I even don't mind that it's repeated.
yeah, because it feels like like a natural evolution. Again, it's part of the character's story at that point in the game.
Yes. Um,
In
I
a way that
like
Jenny
the
Kiro
Moog
being
fight a
repeated
lot.
isn't exactly bad. Like it feels natural.
Yeah,
Hmm.
but that's about the extent of the bosses that I like, and certainly even the list of ones that I like, the list of ones that I think are actually well designed is a lot smaller.
Oh boy.
And
Okay.
there's like
So
200 bosses in this game.
somewhere around that. Never mind the boss enemies that actually come back as regular enemies, and that's much harder to count.
Yeah.
So we're like of the name bosses, there's like something 150 to 200 ish, depending on how you count,
Yeah.
and 8 of those are memorable.
That many?
Uh, let's see, Godfrey, the final boss, which is just Archon's one.
Yeah.
Um, Morgott and Margit, Archon's separate fights, so that's 5. Godric, Renala, Rykard, Radon. We're already up at like 9,
That's fair.
and there's
And your classification for this was memorable, not
yeah,
good.
it's memorable.
So I'll give that because I don't really, as much as I like the Renala fight, I don't think it's good. It's not well
Yeah.
designed, I think. And as much as I like the Rykard fight, visually it's great. Mechanically, it's not.
So
Yeah,
let's go from the top of the barrel here down, I think.
and we're still avoiding spoilers about the final boss. Yes.
Yes. So
All right.
we'll skip the final boss out for now.
Okay. I can
It
at
is
least say that I am not a fan.
it certainly has its problems. I,
Yeah.
I'll stop talking about that for now because I don't want to like do the thing where like if someone introduces you to a thing but actually tells you something about it, it affects your perception of the thing when you play it or
Yeah.
experience it. Like
Yeah.
that kind of thing because psychology is interesting and we are social creatures. So
Oh
anyway,
yes.
let's go back before that. Godfrey, the boy, the the Lou.
The boy. I really like the Godfrey fight. I think it is well built up to visually and emotionally for the player.
Hmm.
Um, I basically consider that to be the end of the game because I don't like the final boss. I think the biggest problem I have with it mechanically is just his spamming of the stomps, but that's about it.
Yeah, pretty
Like,
much.
it's a good, tough fight. I I support Godfrey. I don't really
Yeah.
support Goldfrey, but
The main reason I don't like Godfrey is that Godfrey kind of spoils his move set, and he doesn't really have the chance to expand on that any further for a climactic effect, mainly due to the pacing of the fact that he's right before the final boss,
yeah,
and also right after the primer fight. You know, uh, that guy, not you know his name.
yes.
Start getting it off here, the all rowing, and Hora Lu isn't really Godfrey
Ah,
fight so much
I knew
as
you'd
he is.
come to claim the Elden Ring, to become Elden Lord.
Yeah. And that right, Hora Lu isn't really the Godfrey fight so much as it is like a complete switch up to okay, now you're fighting Hora Lu,
Yeah, yeah,
which
it is.
means that it has a problem of an identity crisis in a way.
Yeah, that's
Because
certainly fair.
I like the fight as a whole for sure. Like I think both phases are great. Hora Lu I have a really hard time keeping a track of, so it's definitely hard. But the presentation of like Godfrey, you know, the first Elden Lord, and the fact that he's kind of spoiled by Godfrey means that he feels a lot more muted than I think he should be.
Yeah, I will. I will happily agree with that. I'm not a fan of Goldfrey's usage. I I think I would be okay with cutting him as like a boss and
And just
just
throwing in
having
something else there.
yeah, and just having your only experience with Godfrey be the one fight that you do.
Yes.
Like,
I think that in general that would be great since I don't even understand the lore reason behind Godfrey existing. I understand like the omens being able to apparate or whatever,
yes. But
but
yeah, I don't understand Goldfrey, why he's there.
I also and this might be harm, harmful or rather difficult to pull off, but I do want to give something more spectacle, I'll say, to Godfrey himself. He's a very down to earth fight, which is good, but Like I want to give it something.
Okay.
I feel like I want to give it something because first Elden Lord.
I
Hmm.
feel like the flashiness of his fight is in the mechanics of it rather
Yeah,
than the presentation. And like that speaks to me really well. I like me some well thought out and well paced and difficult to master mechanics. I like that.
so it's hard for me to consider something like a move or anything like that could be sandwiched in that rhythm as it's already very well paced out.
Yeah. It is in general a pretty well paced out fight.
He's also
And
and like I said before, a victim of the pacing of being right before the final boss. I'm almost sure they were considering having it be the Dark Souls 2 final boss thing,
yes.
and
Yes.
which would have hurt him even more. So I'm very glad that they decided to separate that out. Like
Yeah. Yep, I agree. Um
Godfrey is very mechanically solid, and I think if we fix up the final boss's mechanics, then that'll be the presentation that you're missing from Godfrey. Because that really is the spectacle fight. That is the
oh yeah,
end of the game.
for sure.
And I think even like cutting Goldfrey means that he'll be able to stand in his zone much better. Because my
Yes.
only thought that is that something could be, geez, is that something could be done with the lion on his back.
Maybe.
Hmm.
Certainly something to look into. Um yeah, Sarosh is pretty cool and I would love to know more about him.
Oh yeah. If Cerberus is
Seems
something like a cut attack animation, or even something that could be qualified as an attack, maybe who knows?
yeah, I don't know. We'll look
But,
into that. But
but for now,
Godfrey,
I'll say that Godfrey can stand on his own.
yeah, in general he gets a pass. I like
Yeah.
him. It's a pretty well designed fight.
Yes. It fits well for where he's at. It's just more the stuff around him that needs to be adjusted to better bring up everyone else involved.
Yeah.
Let's go further back from there. Gideon Ofnir, the all rowing, the all mowing. He mows the lawn.
Hmm. That is laughable as a boss fight, and it is like the culmination of the absolute disrespect for the boss health bar and music. It's like it's been pretty disrespected throughout the game, but then you get there and it's literally just an NPC with like less than 8,000 health.
After all, he knew you'd come to stand before the Elden Ring to
To
become
become
Elden Lord.
Elden Lord. I love his voice. Voice actor, fantastic job. Oh,
Yeah,
so good. And I do like that he stands there monologuing at you for a while.
yeah. I
Like,
really want to give him the Ronnie's Moon animation and just uh have it stuck or quote
have
unquote
him be in
stuck
the
in.
air while he's
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
monologuing. Yeah, I
So
can
he's
see
just
that.
sitting there with his hand up to his chin, like he's considering your presence
Yeah,
in the
I'd definitely
middle of
be
the
down
air.
for that.
Yeah, and we also, of course, have that other idea, which I'll also keep secret from the rest of the
Yes,
chat for
we'll
now.
we'll keep that one tight to the chest for now because I really like that idea,
Yeah,
and I want to see if
and
we
I
can
think that
implement it somehow.
tying together with Godfrey as well, since I feel like that would be quite the presentation on its own.
For sure.
Like each one feels like it fulfills a different need in a way, and it kind of reminds me of Mario and Luigi Dream Team actually. I don't know if you've
Whoa,
ever played the Mario and Luigi
way
games,
back. Yes,
because
I
I know a fair few people have played Bowser's Inside Story. That was my first experience with those games, and it was so fun, man. I love that. I loved a lot of the stuff in that game.
oh yeah.
The giant battles in particular were great, but in particular for Dream Team, went after that for 3DS. they had this idea where they had like how in the Bowser's Inside Story, the inside Bowser section was the 2D stuff, 2D platforming stuff,
Yeah.
and everything outside of that was the 3D world exploration. In Dream Team, the Dream World was the 2D platforming stuff, and everything else was the 3D exploration.
Hmm. All right.
And you just played as the bros the whole time. Okay, and like it had its own thing, and it had its own giant battles, dreamy giant battles. It was a really fun game, and I thought it was a great building on the original. But what they had was three final battles for each of the different iterations of the game. They had the 2D platforming final battle in the Dream World because that had its own mechanics. They had the dreamy giant final battle, and they had the overworld final battle with the overworld mechanics. And
Interesting.
so it provided a solid ending to every combat aspect of the game that had
Yeah.
been developed over the course of the entire adventure. And that was really fun because you had an antagonist for the dream world, you had an antagonist for the real world, Bowser, of course. I'm pretty sure he's also the final dreamy battles or the dreamy giant battle as well. And I really liked that. I really liked that it fulfilled these different roles for each battle so that nothing felt sidelined.
Yeah. It is utilizing all of the tools and things that you've learned throughout the game
Hmm.
to achieve one final win.
It wasn't in one big boss rush, of course, but they were structured one after the other pretty much.
Yeah.
And I like that because often you can get a mechanic that doesn't feel like it's fleshed out in the way that it should be,
Yep.
or like an area that you want to see more of. So giving each piece its climactic ending is really nice. And I think the ending of Elden Ring's final bosses tries to do that. You have the NPC final boss who is Gideon. You have the mechanical fine tuning boss, which is Godfrey,
Yep. And then
and
you
you
have your
have
showboat and
the presentation and story final boss, which is
the
the
final
actual
final
final boss.
boss.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. Um, I think that that flows together really well. So making him be a much more interesting and difficult fight would be a good way to give that closing.
Because the PvP system in of itself is obviously like fun to engage with. There's, in a way, PvP can be scarier than fighting bosses, as you're both, in a way, bounced around being god slaying killers.
Yeah, and bosses don't use rivers of blood.
Yeah, at least not yet. Dun
Bum, bum,
dun
bum,
dun. Okay, no, no.
bum.
Imagine if there was just one boss that was named PvP around the start of the game, like word for word, and just spammed rivers of blood constantly.
That
But it's like too vigor.
sounds hilarious. What
Might be a bit too on the nose.
is I have to write down a note of something because I don't want to spoil some plans that we have.
I have an idea for what that might be, but okay. So I think yeah, making Gideon the final NPC boss that has you engage in the player versus player mechanics most would be very nice. And I think the setup we have for him would serve that really well.
Yes, I agree with that.
Morgoth's RGB sword.
Yeah.
Morgoth's a gamer.
Oh yes.
So before that, that's the two final boss structure there. And I feel like they can come together on their own. But before that, we have right Malakath, the the black blood, the black blade.
My boy.
And he's an interesting encounter because he obviously has that parry tool that you can explore to find.
Yes.
And the Beast Clergyman phase and the actual Malakath phase.
I am not a huge fan of the beast clergyman phase, but
Neither am I.
boy, the Malekith phase is oh
It's sick. It's very sick.
oh. I know that a lot of people don't like how long he can stay in the air and his combos and whatever, but man, that fight is so much fun, and it feels bullshit in a challenging way, but not in an unfair way, which is a really stupid way of saying it. Um, because you have the destined death mechanic, right?
Yes.
It's like it will lock off part of your health bar for a short amount of time. So it turns the fight into a DPS fight, which you can certainly say is not a great thing. And there are cases where I wouldn't even like support that. Um, the first example coming into my mind of other DPS fights is Quelaag. That is, if you don't want to suffer for this fight, you just have to be able to deal out this much damage.
Hmm.
And if you don't want to suffer for the Malekith fight, you just have to be able to deal out this much damage.
I'm not. I'm not opposed to that, especially getting into the end game. It's essentially then preparing you for this final slew of bosses that are much more mechanically tuned
Yeah. Well, I
in
mean,
their way.
that's how I feel like Malekith is right now. Um, and I I guess I want to lean into that because I want him to have just like 10% more health.
What I
Like
would say
I just want
instead
that
of
fight a little bit longer.
maybe boosting his health, what if we cause the phase transition to happen like around 20% of the
I
health
was
bar?
just thinking that as well. As
Because
soon as you said
obviously, if
instead,
the
I was
beast
like, he's
clergyman
talking about
fight,
phase change.
oh yeah, the beast clergyman fight itself is in a way a repeat and doesn't feel
Yes.
good for that. And I like its story implication and the realization that comes with it. But I'd prefer if it happened earlier because, like, the Beast Clergyman fight itself is not really as engaging as the Malekith fight is. Like, that's the part you want to get to when you fight that.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, we can make the phase change happen at like 20% health gone or
Hmm.
whatever, 80% health. Potentially, we could also have there be no beast clergyman thing, but that's kind of a shame because the cutscene for the transition is really great.
Yeah.
So I don't know. There's ways that we can play around with that.
I feel like just making the phase transition happen much earlier will help it a lot more in all regards, as you don't really have to suffer through Beast Clergyman so long every time.
Yeah, yeah,
It's
because
really just asking you to get a handle on dealing enough damage in order to get into pacing the Malekith fight.
yeah, and where I feel like the Malekith fight doesn't have any. I won't say for sure that it doesn't have any bullshit moves. Beast Clergyman definitely does with his like
Oh yeah.
backstep attack that he can
We
fire
slowing
out.
those down for sure. Or
Yeah.
yep.
Ugh. Yeah, those are a problem.
Yeah.
And how much damage his magic casting attacks can do to
Rock
you is
stuff can do. Oh
insane.
yeah.
The rock shotgun, like that
Oh
will
boy.
annihilate your health bar if you even get hit by one of them. That's ridiculous. And his beast claw, the more directional one versus the omnidirectional one, because I'm fine with the omnidirectional one being more um, heavily powered,
Yeah.
because that feels like the natural sort of upgrade from the directional one is like I can do this attack in one direction or I can do an AoE light attack, you
Yeah.
know. But the beast claw should not be able to just annihilate you from full health. I'm
Nope.
sorry, it just shouldn't. This is not okay.
That's a spacing tool. That's not a damage tool. Get out of here,
Yeah,
Malekith. You're breaking your own rules.
yeah, especially when the beast claw attack for the player is so
'Cause-
heavily powered down from what it was in
Oh
the
yeah.
network test. Like, holy shit, it is not worth using in this game almost.
Oh boy. So yeah, powering down Beast Clergyman, I think will also emphasize Malekith's phase much more.
Yeah,
And
it's like, oh
the
shit, just got real. Ash turned his hat backwards, kind of thing.
yeah, Ash turned his hat backwards. Pikachu's not taking answers from no one now.
Yep.
Okay, so anyway, and the pairing tool for Malekith, I want to make that like a bit more accessible in a way. Because for people who don't like the pacing of Malekith's fight, it can really improve it, I think.
Probably. I'll need to actually use it before I can give any, because again, I'm mechanically focused. I've never used it. I've found it in basically every playthrough.
I
I
just
didn't know
never,
what it did. I didn't
yeah.
know what it was
It's
for. I
very
just never used it.
unintuitive because there's a very specific tell that it doesn't even make sense for. Like it feels like you should be able to use it when he shoots the blade, when he shoots the stuff at you, the blades at you or whatever.
Yeah.
But no, specifically when his blade glows a little bit
Uh.
before he does an attack. And it's like, what the hell? Okay.
Yeah. That's
I'd
stupid.
almost prefer it to actually be able to just reflect the blades back at him
Yeah.
because
Or
I feel
just
like that would be a
dispel
lot more
them.
fun.
Like
Yeah.
my initial thought was, oh, is this the pendant thing from Dark Souls 1 where I can just use this and I can dispel or block or whatever the darkness attacks. And I would be fine if it was just that. But it isn't that, and so I gave up on it and I have never used it.
So yeah, I'd prefer to dispel or reflect the range attacks, I think. Like the parry itself is kind of pretty cool, but it's very unintuitive.
Yeah.
And I feel like in that case it like harms it a lot more than it should. So then, hmm,
Before we continue working our way back, I want to talk about Moog and Melania.
Lord of Blood.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Lord of Blood specifically, not the one under the ground
Hmm.
and in the sewers. Um, because that we've talked about Nihil. I don't like
Yeah.
Nihil. I like the fight otherwise. I think that he does like way too much damage to then also have flames that deal bleed and cause bleed to continue to build up even if you've just been touched like barely.
Oh yeah.
I think that it's a little bit bullshit, but it's also an acceptable amount of bullshit because his defenses are generally fairly low. He doesn't have high damage absorption in anything really.
I got some ideas for Mog. How about this? He's resistant to bleed. He's
Yeah,
a Lord of Blood.
that's something. Or if you cause bleed on him, it heals him instead.
Oh yeah, let's go. Rivers of Blood, more like fuck you. No, no
Yeah,
thanks. So yeah, he's resistant or heals off of bleed. He let's see.
like Renala has super high defense against magic, but Moog is just
The
like,
physic
yeah, I
thing
bleed.
is not found in Plateau. It's found in the actual Mogwin Palace.
Yeah, yeah. I finally found that in my most recent playthrough.
Yeah, it's really out there.
Yeah, I was like, what? Why? Why is it here? Why would I go here to get this? How would a player know to find this?
I definitely want to put it in Mogwin Palace instead. It just feels like a lot better. Like putting the sentry torch near, but not near Adina, I guess, but wherever near the Black Knives would be.
Yeah, it
Uh,
needs to go somewhere that makes sense for the
yeah,
player to find it.
or at least something to hint that way directly, where it would be.
Yes.
Then let's see. I want the physic thing to negate all of the damage because I don't like the fact that that fight can't be done damageless.
Yeah. I'm sure Ongbal's not a fan of that either.
I want the physic
Damageless
to
asterisk.
I want the physics to negate all the damage, and I want the thing itself. I want Nihil itself to do less damage.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
Nihil
with
needs to do
the
less damage for sure.
general balance adjustments for like the end game areas just in general, I think that fight will feel a lot better. Because mechanically, I do think it's very solid.
Yeah,
It encourages like a Spirit Ash without being impossible by yourself or just rather unfun.
indeed. I
The
still had
spacing
lots of fun doing it solo.
the spacing of the blood pools they're dangerous, but they aren't gonna kill you instantly, especially once we nerf bleed.
Yeah, they're not impossible. They
Yeah.
can be dealt with.
Mechanically, I think it's very solid. I think it's just overtuned, and the knee heel thing is a bit too much as it is. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I agree.
And especially with the damage thing, then I think that fight would be a lot better.
Totally
That fight
agree.
is certainly very very challenging, but I don't think it needs too much to feel good. Melania, on the other hand,
Oh, yeah.
Melania's a bit of a tough cookie. Like I said before.
She's the Blade of Mikola, by the way,
Oh,
in
I
case you
didn't
didn't
know
know
that.
that.
Oh, thank you. I'm so glad.
Yeah,
I didn't know that she was the Blade of Mikkel. I'm very
she
glad.
is, in fact, the Blade of Mikola.
Like I said before, Melania is a very interesting boss because yeah, oh boy, like it's hard to decipher where exactly she goes wrong or what should be negated. Like you know what are problems, like you know which mechanics are the problem mechanics, but you don't know how much negating them will like neutralize her pretty much,
Yeah. How
and
much how much do you
how much
take
is too much
away
here. Yeah.
and then it makes the fight like too easy cuz I like that she's hard.
Hmm.
Um I overall really like the fight, but the amount of health steal that she can do, especially in the first phase, and especially when you're blocking, is a problem.
Yes.
And waterfowl dance is bullshit. It is. I would be perfectly happy completely getting rid of that. And you and I have talked about like ways that we could get around getting rid of it and do other stuff with it, and I'm totally open to that. But like, doing things the smart way and the dumb way, just getting rid of that, I think would benefit the fight tremendously.
Like outright making sure it doesn't exist anymore.
Yeah, just taking it out of her move pool entirely.
Hmm.
Like, I'm not against that as an idea. I think the fight would absolutely be better for it. It is it is bullshit. Just
Okay.
absolutely. The amount of
Yeah.
health that she can do damage to you, the amount of health steal that she gets out of that move, the length that it goes on, the fact that she can fire it off, you know, as a response to any attack that you do trying to punish her for her attacks. It's like it's it's bullshit. It
So
needs to be diminished in the amount of times that she can use it, or it just gotten rid of or something.
I think instead of this might seem like a bit of a cop out, but I do think it would benefit the discussion on specifically waterfall. What are the benefits that move can provide over not having it? Because if it's just not worth having it for what it could introduce to the fight, then I think yes, we should just get rid of it and focus more on the rest of her kit.
So my initial idea of what we can do to fix it, like I said, dumb way, get rid of it entirely.
Yeah.
Smart way, let's try to balance it a bit. We'll take out the back half of the move, so and this is still on the spectrum of dumb to smart. This is still towards dumb, right?
Yeah.
It's like she can have the startup where she jumps in the air and then she does the 2 attacks before there's like that sort of mid break, and we'll just have her stop after that. Like, that is punishing to the player. It can do a lot of damage, and she can heal a lot on it. And if we did nothing else, that would still be way more fair than her firing off the whole 5 attack combo. It would be so much better just to have
Yeah.
it shortened even.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, like I said, on the spectrum of dumb to smart, smart would be we have the full thing integrated, but it isn't bullshit somehow.
'Cause- yeah, what I'm trying to figure out is like what role does the move fulfill? Like for most moves in a boss fight, you can generally figure out a role it fulfills or like something it does that it's asking of the player. Like
It is the tide shift for her. It
yeah,
is I've been taking hits. I am turning the tide to move the fight back in my direction and put things like put you on the run. And I think
hmm
it's good for that. Every player, when they see her fly up in the air, runs the fuck away because we
yeah,
all know, oh shit, I'm about to die.
yeah,
And like you can argue about whether or not that's fun, but it certainly has that role in the fight. It is important in the fight for the ebb and flow.
right.
So if that's a thing that we value highly, then having that and fixing it the smart way is the way to go. I just I can't fucking believe that they shipped the game with that.
So here's my idea, mainly going off of like your, uh, I do think it might actually work out to remove the back half, get rid of the third hit, have it only hit the first 2 times, but increase the startup on it so that a colossal weapon build could feasibly run away.
You could say
If
physically too.
yeah,
That's
physically,
appropriate here,
yeah,
so that you could physically
like
get away in
if
time because
if
you
a
can't
colossal
right
weapons
now.
build just did a jump attack and landed when that move went off, they should be able to run away to the distance they would need to roll the second in the time it takes
Yes.
for her to begin the attack.
Yes. So
Now,
counter question to this,
hmm,
to that idea specifically, do we need to do that if we increase the cancel windows?
of the colossal weapons,
Y- uh, I mean, of anything really, because jump attacks have insane commitment to them. So if we
I
just
uh,
made it so that you can get out of them faster.
I prefer increasing the startup just in general. I think as
Okay.
there's a lot of weapons I think are moves that would benefit from just the ability to recognize, okay, this attack is happening, this is what's going on, and I need to
Yeah.
run. Because I'm fine with it being attack. You need to hightail it out the fuck there.
Yeah. I'm not against it. I think it's fine for a boss to have one move where they sort of force you to run away.
Yeah. Now,
Um,
secondarily, I'd also, and I think Code mentioned this at one point. I would like to make it so that you could hit her out of the air if your
yes.
weapon or attack is heavy enough. Like you know how you can uh hit Artorias out of doing his buff thing that kicks his damage up a lot,
Yeah.
and it's really tense, but you know you're gonna be able to do it if you just get a number of hits in. That's what I want to do for that. Like if you can get that one solid jumping R2 or something off, then she can be knocked out of it and you're rewarded for that. For like taking the initiative on the attack. But of course if you fuck up the timing then you're gonna get punished really, really bad for that.
Yeah. Which is fair. Like the mastery aspect is getting the timing right. I'm totally
Hmm
okay with punishing the player if they mess up. I'm not okay with punishing the player for that mess up just being, oh, you were standing too
Oh no, no, no.
close,
Oh yeah.
you
Like this
know.
would be if the player makes the conscious choice to attempt the punish, which of course is like a whole other attack on top of the attack they took to get there in the first place.
Yeah.
and I think just increasing the startup by a moderate amount of time would mean that she could still punish it without punishing just noticing it as you were attacking, because she can get into that really quick.
Yeah.
That's my idea of these merging, which you had for like cutting off the back half. I'm even fine with making it so that you can't really punish it after. Like she can go into another attack if you can get that first hit off from mass, like taking the incentive instead of waiting for the end.
Yeah.
So like you can still punish it. You just have to it just be the more aggressive option with a lot of risk to it.
That can definitely work. I, there's absolutely no reason why that couldn't be feasible.
Mm.
Um, yeah. There's there's stuff that can be done to fix her, and I think overall she's a really well designed fight. I love the fight. It is hard as fuck,
Mm-hmm.
but I love the fight. It's just
But have you seen that video where it documents like her ability to kind of cancel stagger in a way that other enemies cannot?
no, but I have seen that in action.
So I'm pretty sure it's just a matter of like what parameters have been set for her attack types, like jump tables and stuff that dictate how an enemy can react to certain types of stagger.
Yeah.
But I certainly think that like making the stagger more consistent on her, since that is her weakness as a agile human build boss,
Yeah.
is this stagger. I definitely want to make that more consistent. Even still she's hard as fuck otherwise.
Indeed.
And I don't think making the stagger more consistent would trivialize much of anything, especially with her healing in play.
Yeah. I agree. All right. Anything else you have about Melania?
Not really. Uh, when when it's just like the specifics thrown together, I don't really think she's that hard of a boss to balance. It's just figuring out what you want to adjust, and otherwise, she's a very well put together fight.
Yeah.
Just a bit too much.
Yeah.
So
It's just
then,
it's just that little bit. This is
yeah,
too
it's just a little
much.
bit.
Just a little bit. Just a
And of
wee
course, it
little
pokes
bit.
into other problems with the end of the game, like the scaling and shit, and
Yeah.
colossal weapons having a hard time keeping up with most enemies that it can't flatten within a few hits.
Yup.
But that's pretty much my thoughts on Millennia and Morg. So Fire Giant, actually,
Mm,
Fire Giant's rather interesting.
mm.
I'm going to guess that you don't have too many good thoughts about Fire Giant.
I don't. My one good thought is the reward that you as a player get for noticing that he's limping. If you're like, oh, he's like limping on that one leg and it's like wrapped up, let me attack that leg.
Pretty sure it's
And
the
then,
only lock on point you get too.
no, you
Is that
can lock
like
onto the other leg. You can lock onto either one.
oh okay.
I don't,
Well, at the very
pretty
least, it
sure.
defaults to his leg, so it kind of also leads you in that way.
Yes, for sure.
I
And
do like
because
that
you're
portion of the
tiny
fight.
compared to him.
I do like that it works off of that. My problems with Fire Giant are mainly around one thing, which is the camera.
Yeah, the camera is not good in that fight. It just cannot handle the size of him, which is pretty consistent for big enemy things in FromSoft games, except for Sekiro.
Oh yeah. So I think adjusting the camera on Fire Giant in particular would improve that fight quite a lot.
Yep. Yep.
Uh, Especially for his first phase. And I don't think anything else much would need to be done for his first phase, but I think his second phase is where it gets a little more difficult.
Fire hitboxes.
Boy.
Those his fire attacks. I don't even mind the first phase. I don't even mind the boss in general. It's just like painful to have to fight it. He feels like the slog boss that you have to get through in order to get to Malekith.
Yeah, I see that.
It's like I have to do this so that I can experience something that I want to experience that's actually fun.
So then I
And
suppose the fire giant might be in need of a rework to how, like the pacing of the fight.
something, I don't know. I have, probably because I've thought about it considerably less. It's like I don't really know how to fix him other than fixing the camera.
Yeah.
Um I and if we can, because this is a lot more work, it's like limiting the range of some of his attacks. Because Jesus fuck, when he spews fire, if you are not running on the horse, you are going to get hit.
My brother in Christ, the fell god is spewing fire and you're going to die.
Yes. Yes.
Oh god. So yes, we could definitely reduce the range on those attacks. I'm sure that would be easy to
Oh.
make it sure it's like a get off me move.
And the speed at which he shoots regular fireballs,
Oh yeah.
it's like the second one is basically a roll catch.
Because
And
I'm recognizing that fight is definitely one that was designed with like off an on and off of torrent in mind.
yeah.
Where like get on torrent to catch up to him, and that's your main way to avoid his like fire attacks and stuff that he can shoot from range. And fuck him up when you're close because then most of his attacks can easily miss you. And you also have the iframes are rolling.
Yes. Yep. Fighting him on torrent is painful. I have done the fight almost
Oh yeah.
exclusively on torrent and almost exclusively on foot.
Both of which
Um,
I assume are painful. It really
yes,
pushes you to use a mix of both.
it
The
does.
torrent for gap closing and
It is one of
on
those
foot
things
when you're
where
close.
Miyazaki breaks into your room, holds a gun to your head, and says, "Use the fucking horse."
Yep. Until you get up close to him, then he pulls out the other gun. It's like, get on your fucking feet now.
Yeah, pretty much. But that's something we expect of Miyazaki, feet and all.
Yeah. I think a lot of people's like outright frustration with that fight is mainly due to always trying to use one or the other.
Probably.
That with the camera means that it's hard to get a handle on which is supposed to like come out when.
Yeah,
'Cause I assume a lot of people think you can either do the whole fight on torrent or you can do the whole fight on horse.
that's the same thing.
Or these to a or at least to a moderate extent. Like the dragons, you can do that whole thing on horseback, and it's not really difficult, considering
Yeah,
like you're always wanting the movement utility of the horse.
yeah. The when you're fighting a dragon on horseback, what you're really fighting is the horseback combat mechanics,
Yeah, yeah,
because you're just trying to line up your attacks with the head of the dragon, or trying not to get smashed by the feet if you're attacking those.
dead.
Yep.
Same thing with the tree spirits. Actually, is that you can do that whole fight on torrent in a way, although it can be easier to do it on foot, especially in well, maybe. I don't know. So the mixing of both on Fire Giant means that there's an interesting pace to the fight, but I don't. It's hard to. Hmm, hmm, hmm.
I
It's the
think,
size of Fire Giant that I think that messes with balancing it the most. I think.
yeah, because I think my biggest problem with him is the camera and the hitboxes.
Oh yeah.
Because the hitbox of his shoveling move, which I think is a really intuitive move for him to do, is borked because he can catch you in it and then carry
Yep.
you along with it. until your iframes run out, and then you're just dead.
Yeah, the
Thanks, game.
shoveling move thing where he throws out a bunch of snow forward. Like I always think you could jump it on torrent, but it's really weird. It's really
It's
weird.
very hard to jump on torrent. It like the timing to jump to avoid it is tough in general.
Yeah.
It can be done, but it's uh
I think I want to make the hitboxes more lenient and the camera much more freeing. And I feel like that fight would at least be much more engaging than it is,
yeah,
especially on like certain range moves with torrent, like the shoveling one. Because if we can make that like jumpable, for instance,
yes.
consistently,
Yeah, consistently jumpable and in such a way where the player knows that they can jump it.
yeah,
Like that would be that would be a game changer.
hmm
Um I
I think
think
just generally making the moves Fire Giant does more intuitive.
the Fire Giant fight made me feel like Torrent needs iframes, and I'm pretty sure he has iframes for like the tiniest amount of time on something that he can do, whether it's the dash or the
Dismount,
jump or whatever.
I think.
Certainly on dismount, but
Yeah,
like doing dismount in the middle of combat is
it's very not. It doesn't feel good. Like
no.
it doesn't feel like that's a move we should be using to dodge with.
Yeah, that should not be what I'm doing this with, and the animation takes so long that sometimes like you'll get caught by a combo move then because you dodged the one.
Hmm.
It's like, no. But
I'd
that
almost want
first
to
phase where
remove.
he slams stuff,
Oh yeah,
like taking his big old bowl and slamming the ground in this massive area, his
like
tracking on that stuff is way too good.
yeah, that one in particular is very rough to avoid and doesn't like again, it really isn't intuitive. Like you don't know how
You
you're
can't
supposed to move.
see.
Yeah.
You're like, I went behind him, I guess, but his tracking is like, oh ho ho, no, you didn't.
Bringing the camera out and like slowing down the tracking on some of those and adjusting the hitboxes, especially on the ground attacks that happen, and reducing the range of his fire hitboxes that can come around.
Yeah, I think doing that kind of stuff would go a long way to
It's
making his
just like
fight
quality
feel
of life
better.
kind of stuff. Would
Yeah,
make that fight feel a lot better. Mechanically, I think it, mechanically, like conceptually, I think it's really solid. I think it makes good use of the horse, and I do like how its pacing is set up. But it's like the actual specifics of how it works are very they feel very inconsistent.
yeah,
Like you're either stomping him through a lot of consecutive hits, or he two shot you through some combo that happened out of screen.
yep, yep. He's not even a hard fight, but getting past him is one of like the harder experiences of the first couple of runs I did of Elden Ring.
Oh yeah.
And I had several friends who were like stuck on him for a long time. Even when trying to use cheese strats, even when summoning help, it was like he is a tough boy,
Oh
Fire
yeah.
Giant. And I think
He
it's
does have the funniest phase transition in the game.
he
If
does.
you get if you get it off of having him fall down from a height
Yes.
like you could before the patch. The fact that he
Yeah.
literally breaks his leg
That's
or
so
falls
good.
flat on his face in the death animation is the best thing. Just the best thing ever. I don't think FromSoft has had a
Can we
funnier
unpatch
cutscene.
that?
I would love to. I certainly don't think it's like dumb to have.
No, I like that the option is there. In the same way
Yeah.
of making Iron Golem fall.
Yeah.
Like, I guess it's cheese strats. I guess, like, you know, you're not supposed to fight him that way.
But
But
I really like the idea of having this guy just fucking fall on his face.
yeah. Or even, what is it? Ceaseless Discharge from DS1? Like, he has an absolute cheese mechanic, and nobody complains about that.
Yeah.
Like,
Uh,
come on, I'm not against Fire Giant having a cheese strat.
I just wish we could make it look less janky, like he's actually tripping and falling off of the off of the cliffside.
Yeah, that would be nice.
Like I
That may
like
take
how
some.
Iron Golem has that spin as he falls off.
Yeah, it may take
If we could
some
make it look intentional,
animation
that would be
shenanigans.
fantastic. But I doubt it. I doubt it could be done.
Yes. But that goes along with something I want to do for several types of enemies in the game is I want them to be able to fall off things. And they
Like birds,
can't. They cannot fall off of things
you got to make the
except
birds
for
take fall damage.
yeah, except
No,
for Crucible
that's something
Knights
I
who
want to
will
get rid
yeet
of.
themselves off the edge.
I don't understand why birds have a fall damage flag.
I don't either. It's insane. Why would you do that? It's funny, but it's insane.
Yeah. Like it makes it so obvious that they're just ground enemies that are just up in the air.
Yeah.
That and
Ugh.
the fact that they go upstairs, despite the fact that they are indeed birds.
Yes. Yes. Oh, I love that. FromSoft has never figured out how to make an enemy actually fly. They just hover X amount of space above the ground,
Yeah.
and they're tied
This
to
just
that.
uses the existing nav mesh, really, and since the stairs are a part of that, it's like, oh, I can go over here.
Yeah.
I'm just gonna do it above.
Yeah. I can go up the steps, but I'm going to fly above the steps in this hovering way. It's like using, and we're going to go way, way back. It's like using Jango Fett's jetpack in Lego Star Wars.
Oh my god,
Yeah.
you're totally right.
Because it's not flying, it's just hovering X amount of space above the ground.
Yeah.
And it's really funny to watch a bird do that. Like with a jetpack, I understand. But a bird,
Oh yeah, bird. Yeah, don't worry, that bird, it's hovering above the
yeah,
ground.
yeah,
Sadly, I don't think we can fix that, but I feel like we could remove its ability to take fall damage.
yeah.
However, that
We
might also introduce some problems with like cliffs and stuff, where it's
maybe.
just down at the bottom of this death cliff that's not supposed to be alive
Well,
at.
maybe we can take away fall damage without like while leaving the interaction with the death plane, because I
Oh,
assume
that's
that's
true.
how a lot of those work, right? Is it's not actually fall damage. It's there's a death plane here, and if you touch it, you die.
Yeah.
So potentially we can still have that be a thing.
For Don, I also kind of want to make immune to fall damage since he's using gravity magic
Since he
always.
turns himself into a ICBM, yeah,
So yeah,
yeah.
I definitely want to
Is
make him immune
he
because
can take fall damage? Where can he
yeah,
take
he
fall
can.
damage from?
So that cliff right by his arena, there's a specific spot you can lead him up the cliff, and if you lead him up enough a far ways, then he will fall and die.
What?
Yeah.
What? What?
He didn't-
What?
Okay, yeah. Let me
Why
let,
haven't I
let me
known
send
about
you a
this?
video.
Why haven't I known about this?
Yeah,
Why? What is?
there's one from March. Give me a sec so I can. Okay, yeah,
That's
there we go.
hilarious. Yeah,
Yeah,
gravity
copy.
magic user takes fall damage. Okay.
There it is. It's timestamped right around to where it happens.
You've missed me shitting on bosses, Eve. And
We've been
a
talking
bunch
about
of other
bosses
things.
for so long. How long have you been gone?
Yeah, that is the real question is when did you leave? Because that will determine how much you've missed or not. We've talked about a lot today, which is good, because I was hoping
Yeah,
to get through the rest, if not, well, most, if not the rest of our list of topics.
ever since your last message. Wow. Wait. Okay. Wow. We have. Wow. That's a
You might have,
long ways.
yeah, you've missed quite a bit.
Hmm.
I don't even know how to like catch you up on that. You missed a
Yeah.
bit.
I suppose we could ask them about Just like specific things. Like, Eve, what do you think about Melania? Blade of Mikola, by the way, if you didn't know that.
Oh yeah. Melania, Blade of Mikola. Melania, Blade of Mikola.
I am Melania, Blade of... Understandable.
Arguably same though.
Yeah. The rot is less appealing, but
I could get over the rot, I think.
you got that redhead craze.
I yeah. I definitely have a weakness for redheads. Not even gonna lie.
Ah, fuck. God damn it.
Redheads, man.
Yep.
How do you?
On stream now, come on.
I'd rather
Like
not.
3 heads taller than me. And
She. I don't know.
you
Does
haven't
her
seen
model
the
have abs?
Melania with abs, have you? Because there's certainly some out there.
I have no doubt. The internet being what it is.
Yeah.
I don't know if her model has
Dude,
abs
you have a Ronnie
necessarily.
bikini mod currently installed on your hard drive.
Yeah.
You're not going to talk about the internet doing stuff with Melania abs.
Yeah, but I'm not looting Melania. Just Moon Mommy.
All right, fair enough. Sure, why not? But no, for why we're talking about balance.
I'm not even sure who you're talking about.
Not what we can be think too. It can be.
I I guarantee you it is.
It's
There's
totally
probably like 3 separate subreddits dedicated to
three
that.
separate subreddits.
I
They
can.
all assimilated into one, I'm sure. If I look up r slash rot,
Felt things during her grab attack.
well, I definitely got a post for this. Oh wow, there is a subreddit for specifically Melania.
I knew it. Ow.
Wow, there's a lot of posts here. 63 to be exact. It was almost a funny number. No, wait, not. No, wait, that's 63 plus. Yeah, it is. Don't mind me. I'm just gonna be.
FromSoft fans will lewd anything. To be
Yeah,
fair,
that one has abs. That one has abs. Don't worry, this is for research.
I would certainly depict her as having abs because she's like a
Yeah,
very athletic build and very powerful as a character. So like, yeah, having abs would make sense.
that one has abs.
It's
That one
like
does not. Strangely enough,
she's not gonna have a beer gut, you know?
that one has the let me solar her guy. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I do enjoy that a lot of art of Melania has included Let Me Solo Her.
That one has abs. That one has abs. It would appear that everyone is in agreement to the fact that she has abs.
Yeah.
I felt things during her grab attack.
Yes. She definitely has the strength to end anyone she wants. Except for Radon, apparently, which I honestly don't believe, comparing, like, the power levels that you face in game between those two. Nah.
Morgott having beat Radon, despite having the health of a piddly tomato man.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if I believe that either.
Honestly, I'll assume it's because Radon is so deteriorated. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, but man, I don't know.
I
I
wasn't
feel like
expecting the Rop mommy conversation to continue, but
I don't know. I'm okay with letting that one rest for
when
now.
in doubt, like imagine him in his prime. Well, that's the whole conversation, isn't it? Same thing with Artorias. That's always surprised me because I keep seeing it's like the same kind of like almost comment in a way. Like you see with the Dragon Lord, you see with Artorias, you see with even Gwyn.
Yeah.
or any of the other bosses in the Soul series or FromSoft lore in general. They're like, oh, what if you could fight them at their prime? And guess what? We've never gotten to.
No, because if you were to fight something in its prime and you were to beat it, like,
Yeah, it removes the
wow,
mythology
that
from it.
thing just sucks.
Yeah,
If I, as a normie ass human,
normie
whatever
ass.
that means in these universes, like, if I can defeat this thing that's basically a god,
It's all about like if it bleeds. Yeah, and like the implication is that we can only kill them because
or
they're.
just a small fuck rolling and hitting.
It's all about the
Yeah.
implication that it's because they're deteriorated that we can kill them.
Yeah.
So having like their true self appear in any respect would be like it removes the mystery. Like in the same way that Godfrey appearing as a like technically in full power kind of removes the mystery of the first Elden Lord.
Yeah.
Like you see Sir Ross on his back in the art and stuff, and you're like, holy shit. If we could fight that guy in his prime.
And arguably we do. Like,
Yeah. Yeah. Because like he's
he
reborn
he's reborn and
with
he's been
grace.
out in the Badlands training forever.
Yeah.
Like, he's just fought his way back to the lands between,
Hmm.
and we rock up and fight him for some godforsaken reason.
Yeah. So like we fight him in his prime and it removes the mystery. And you don't see people talking about Godfrey in the same way you do Radon.
Yeah.
Despite arguably having as much like lore strength importance, considering he's been conquering the Badlands and shit for like ages with a whole army.
Yep.
And it was apparently impressive enough that it got Baraka on his whole side, you know. Like it's the mystery that makes a lot of these characters so compelling, which always makes me laugh when I say like, "Oh, maybe you can fight them in DLC," and you're like, "Nope."
Yeah. I don't know.
Like we're gonna fight something like the Orphan of Kost, and you're gonna like it. Like not
Yeah.
even the thing itself, like the orphaned baby of that thing that's fighting you with its fucking placenta.
Oh no. Oh, Eve, I'm so sorry.
Uh, wow. You
Why, yes.
yes,
Yes, the final boss
yes,
does have abs.
yes.
I see now what it takes to make Eve like a game. So it needs to have,
Dami.
yeah. You're not wrong. Even half
I'm going to refrain
destroyed.
from mentioning spoiler jokes. This is
And
more about
yet,
character like versus game like. You see,
yeah,
because she hates Nephili despite the fact that obviously it's got the Dami stuff.
yeah.
But if I suffer, at least let me get choked by everything.
Fair enough. Fair enough. This game
So the
certainly will
reason I
do that
asked you about
plenty.
Millennia in the first place is more for like the balancing purpose. Like how make Millennia a good boss? Because I know you're not a fan of them mechanically, visually, probably mechanically though.
Interesting. Consistent, but not very fun. Yeah. I feel like fighting her with a anything bigger than a great sword or a great hammer, like, you're just actively suffering.
The only benefit you get out of Greatsword in that fight, or sorry, like a Colossal Bone in that fight, is that you can actually out heal her lifesteal a, a bit.
Yeah. Not much, but yeah.
Moderately, but yeah, definitely not much. Like when I first fought her, I could not out heal her lifesteal, except for when I procced bleed because I was using the peeler for my first and main run with bleed infusion.
Yeah.
The super armor is so specific; it's only in the middle of her animation. It's not the start, not the end. Yeah, but you don't want to get hit in it. Should only be a good argument if you'd be tanking this game.
Yeah, but FromSoft apparently doesn't like tanky builds anymore.
But the howl, the rock. Can you smell what the rock's cooking?
Oh, I smell it.
He's cooking up a
Mm.
bad Poise system.
Speaking of food, I just got hungry. Man. All right. Let's wrap up conversation about bosses, and then I will go get foods.
I see. Because you fight, get hit a lot, and die, and she's like full HP.
Yeah.
It's always fun when you're fighting her and you see all the hits you just had just be healed up
Yep.
within like 3. And it's like, okay, all right.
And it's like, okay, game. All
So
right.
the theme of today is depression.
Yeah. Rot essence, despair.
Yeah. When you actually have the spot to beat her, you won't really get hit much since you die. Yeah.
All right.
So what do you
Continuing on
think?
bosses.
Yeah.
I don't like how reused many of them are, and you and I have talked about
Yes.
this extensively. The
Mm-hmm.
reuse needs to be fixed,
It do
if not gone away with. Like, the Astel
as much as
reuse is
possible.
awful.
Yeah.
Um,
Like, a lot of the
the
boss combinations that happen just don't make sense. Like, why is an Omen Killer and a Blighted Bloom, whatever, like
yeah.
attempting to kill me? The Centipede Lion boss was so cool on top of the mountain thing. Oh yeah, the Falling Star Beast.
Oh yeah,
Then,
yeah, yeah.
bam! It's in the cave in Caelid. Bam! It's in the fucking place in
Yes.
Altus, and then bam! I no fucking clue where else.
Yes, I think the only place that that thing fits is in the big crater where you find it on top of the mountain, and I will give a pass to the
Yeah,
one in Landau, or right outside Landau. That's
I
it.
it was depressing, like streaming like my playthrough of the game, and we got to the Falling Star Beast on top of Altus first. It's like, ah, I found this boss. It's so cool. It's awesome. I really like it a lot. I'm glad there's unique bosses like this in the game that you can just find out here. And then I found the
Unique.
one in Caelid.
Mm,
I found the one in Landau. And the
mm,
excitement just cratered.
unique. Yeah.
Unique.
Yeah. It's bad. It's bad. It's bad. Why are you reusing these things so much? And of course, the answer to that is, well, we made a world that's too big for us to actually fill properly.
Yep. It's in an attempt to make like the main one more unique. But then also ends up making them just disappointing, especially when you fought the main one first, like we did.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, okay, I guess this just is over now.
Yeah, and like fighting Estelle when it's through Ronnie's quest line, it's like, holy cow, this is
This is
dope.
the best fucking thing in the game. And
Yeah,
then you fight
and
it in Yellow Onyx Tunnel. It's like, okay, your grab attack is slightly different, and
yep,
that's it. Your
yep,
arena is objectively worse, and that's it.
yep. And I just have like 25% more health and way more damage. Yeah,
It's definitely it's just unnerving how like they have this one encounter that's so well built up, like soaring over the mountain in Altus to see like this crater thing and the fucking bowl inside it. It's like, what is this? It's like this looks really cool, and it feels like a set piece designed specifically for it that works out so well. And the same thing with Estelle in its own way.
yes,
But
yes,
then you have these other iterations that just completely take away from its personal presentation that made it feel like it was so custom fit for the world it was in.
yeah,
I really want to take out every other Falling Star Beast if we don't have them. Let's see.
yeah. I'd
The boss
honestly be down for
database.
that. The only one that I give a pass to, as far as repeats goes, is the one in Altus. and that's just because it's in a crater. But yeah, I'm totally cool with getting rid of all of the repeats for that guy.
I prefer to just like get rid of the falling star beast there and throw in like a spell in the middle of the crater, like hinting towards the one in Gelmir. Who knows?
That could be.
Like kind of mystery or like just regular gravity enemies.
Yeah, yeah,
I
we
just
could
really
certainly
don't
make
like
that.
that a lot of these are like they don't even really need to be there. There doesn't need to be a falling star beast there.
No,
Considering Lane is right beside it, there doesn't need to be content right here.
no, there doesn't need to be a boss here. It just is for some reason.
Hmm.
And I feel like that is a problem with a lot of the bosses
Yeah,
that get repeated or coupled up together. It's like you just had a boss room that you needed to fill, and so you were like, that and that.
yeah.
And it's like, you didn't really need to do that. You could have just, like, done something different with this.
So what are some bosses that we definitely don't want to repeat anywhere if we can?
Crucible Knights. Well, we don't want to do
Uh,
duo Crucible Knights.
no,
Uh,
definitely not.
Bosses that we want to make unique, I assume
Yes,
is what you're
unique.
saying there.
Yeah,
Uh,
like Estelle. Like want to make sure
yeah.
Estelle is unique. Falling Star Beast,
Estelle, Falling
same
Star
thing.
Beast. I would say even, like, the dragon fights, like, the worm. It's a shame that you fight that, like, 5 times,
Oh yeah.
and every one of those times is kind of shit anyway.
Hmm.
So yeah, don't, just we'll get rid of that. Um, the dragon repeats is a whole other issue, but you and I are gonna attempt to address that.
Yeah, just like custom
Godefroy
building the
is
encounters.
gonna get kicked.
Yeah, straight out.
Yeah, fuck Godefroy. Um, all of the story bosses should be unique as much as possible, except for Margit slash Morgott.
I feel like since we're gonna be making the Everjails NPCs mainly, as far as I remember, we had that entire list of enemies that are there
Yeah.
to attempt to see like what else we can do with them, like the Bloodhound Knight. I'm not sure where exactly the Bloodhound Knights are used. I know there's one in Volcano Manor. There's the one in the Everjail, of course, and I don't know where else.
Um, there is, I think there's two actually in Volcano Manor, but there is one in Caelid across the Celia Gate. If you go through that and across over to the little island of land, I guess a plateau, a butte, whatever you want to call it. If you go over there,
Mhm.
there's a lookout tower and there's a Bloodhound Knight in there. There's one in the Hero's Grave in Mount Gelmir.
Right.
There is. I know that there's more. Those are the ones off the top of my head that I can remember.
We do
Yeah.
have Bloodhound Knights in the boss array for Catacombs.
Yeah.
So I imagine we're going to be removing the ones out in the overworld then.
That would be my plan, I think. It's like that is the ideal situation. Limiting bosses or enemies to specific area types. Like, you can only find this here.
Yeah. So let
Um,
me just go back over the Catacombs, Mines, and Caves array that we have. So we have for the
do we
Catacombs, we
want
have the Bloodhound
to
Knights, the
do we
Burial
want to spoil
Watchdogs.
that?
Well,
I
I
wonder.
mean, it's really only going to be like the enemy types that are there.
Yeah, fair. All right.
Okay, so the Bloodhound Knights, the Burial Watchdogs, the Spirit Caller Snails, the Grave Ward Duelists, the Necromancer NPCs, and the Cemetery Sage will be in the Catacombs. The Onyx Lords, the Crystalians, the Stone Digger Trolls, and the Battle Mages will be in the Mines. And the Demi-Human Chiefs, the Beastmen, the Mad Pumpkinheads, the Leonine Misbegotten, the Rune Bears, and the Lion Guardians will be in the Caves.
Yeah. Yeah. I like that sort of limiting this to only be
Yeah.
fought in these
You're,
places, in
yeah,
these
you're only going to
ways.
be fighting this as a boss, and you're only going to be fighting it by itself. Or
Yeah. The
yeah.
rune bears are getting nixed from like everywhere else. I'm not. I don't like that you can just find them in the overworld everywhere. They're not fun enough to fight.
Nope. I
And
I can I can see them being in the Mistwoods, but other than that,
yeah, that's about the only place I can think of that I can excuse it. And even then, like, probably not really. I think we could just drop a shit ton of regular bears
oh yeah,
in there, and
maybe some scaled up bears just for variety, but other than that,
yeah, yeah. If
like the Rune
that's
Bears really just deserve to be a boss enemy, as otherwise they're just not worth the fight
yeah,
at all.
yeah. I will not engage with them in the overworld. I avoid them at all costs.
Yeah.
There's no point in fighting them. There's no fun in fighting them. I just like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm not
For the
going to
boss version,
engage
we
with
could
this.
definitely adjust them to be less horrible.
Yeah, we can scale them based on like where they are in the world, which caves they're in and stuff. Like the first one that you come across doesn't have to just annihilate you.
Yeah.
Pretty sure there's one in some cave that you can find in the Weeping Peninsula or in Limgrave, and like it will just destroy you.
Yeah. Man, that's the worst part. Fast, uber damage, uber HP.
Yeah, and I feel that way about so many things in this game. Rune bears, the friggin' Stormhawk birds that you can find everywhere. It's like,
Oh
why?
god. The Irish birds. Same like three of them and send them to bosses. Why is there no summon for Rune Bears?
Yeah,
You're right.
being able to summon a rune bear would be fun.
Yep. Maybe a bit too big in some instances, but I'd definitely love to summon a Rune Bear.
Yeah,
Like
I
a
mean that goes
special
into
summon.
summons that we want to add in general.
Oh yeah.
It's like, but that's a conversation we'll have another time. Um, I want to wrap up boss stuff so I can go get food.
Would you be wanting to stream after you get food, or would that be probably after it today?
Oh, we'll see how we're feeling. If I'm
Huh.
still functional enough and think I can, you know,
I-
provide a decent enough streaming experience, I will do it after dinner. And otherwise, we can try again tomorrow or sometime later this week.
Yeah.
Because we still have stuff on our topic list that we haven't gotten to.
Definitely a lot,
How-
a lot left in chat.
what?
Like I said, this is gonna take a while.
This,
I'm all,
yeah.
I'm all here for it.
I knew this was
So
gonna take like multiple days.
we could probably cut bosses just short here and leave the rest of them, because we still have a lot of major story ones that we want to get through, and I don't want to like
Yeah.
shorten the conversation on them really.
Yeah, that's fair. All right.
So you should get some food, and if you're still up for streaming after, then we can certainly get back into it. But you should definitely nutrient yourself, sir.
Oh yes.
All right. So I think that'll be it for just right now.
Yes.
Alrighty.
We shall see
Another
you all.
fantastic stream.
Oh yes.
With great
was
insight. Like the
quite
fact that
enjoyable,
Rotten Mummy
certainly.
probably has abs. Most likely has
Yes.
abs. Definitely has
Rot
abs.
Mommy has abs, for sure. See, I would say that Rot Mommy has abs, but I don't think Moon Mommy does.
Yeah, no, definitely not. She has
It's like
ropes.
Moon. True. True. Moon Mommy
Literally,
has like
she has
mommy milkers, where Rot Mommy has abs.
But if she got swole, oh shit, you're right.
True. True. All right, Eve. Now you have to like draw this. It's like swole Ronnie choking out somebody with all four arms. It's like I want this now. You need to make this exist.
It probably exists somewhere. Just
Just send you.
Shadow realm.
I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
I'm sending you to the Shadow Realm, Jimbo.
Yep.
Imagine if
All
you
right.
said it like that too, and then your life blacked out before your eyes.
That would be amazing.
Didn't
Dark
I
Side of the
that
Moon.
God?
Ayo.
That reminds me of a show. I forget which show it reminds me of. I'm gonna need to look for that intro. Okay. So,
Yeah.
sir, please go food.
Yes.
And
This will
again,
be a
if you're
lovely closing to the stream. Goodbye,
yeah,
all.
if you're up for more after, just let me know. And if otherwise, just rest up well, sir. All right.
Oh, yeah.
We out.
Goodbye.
Let's go. Bye bye. Yoink.